Hey there. Sorry, I'm Russian. Rushing, I should say. So there's no confusion. One sec here. Get some of these fucking braces off me. Hey, Reed. Hey, Payamede. Yes, exactly, Caboose. Oh, thank you, Reed. Yeah, so, oh, Jesus, what is that now? Like, Jesus Christ, who else am I working for? It's okay, Reed. It's quite all right. Ooh. All right, let me get some of this shit off my desk. Get some of the braces and shit like that off me. Yes, I was, Jesus Christ, get that one off me. Oh. All right. Get some music going here in the background for me. All right. Made a new emote for Lost Sue. What is it? How did that get approved? How the fuck did that get approved? I'm sorry, it's nothing against Sue. It's against the Twitch, whoever's fucking in charge of approving emotes over there. I swear to God. The shit I have had rejected, and Sue managed to get a fucking Columbus head being axed off approved? Because that's not against community guidelines, but the spittle from my bootlicking emote was cause for refusal. Jesus fucking Christ. Don't mind this. We're just chopping a dude's head off. That's totally TOS. Oh, that drop of spit in that emote? Yes, that definitely cannot be seen by the children. Oh my God. Yeah, exactly. Goose. Exactly. Twitch. What are you gonna fucking do, right? Oh, man. Hey, cat. I was literally right up to the beginning of the show. I literally spent the first minute taking like braces and shit off. Oh, cat, you're an aficionado. You'll like my knee brace. It's even got the grippy stuff inside, so it doesn't slide down your leg. Yeah, one of my better braces. Oh, let's see. Let's see. Breaking news. 25-year-old police officer kid. Oh, well, that's not breaking anymore. Economist has 30,000 points ready for the first TQC. All right. Forgive me. We're going to just open this up from moment one. Who wants on the air? Let's just start doing this. It's a night show. It's going to get weird anyway. I was considering taking the night off even. Hey, Watkins. Thank you for the host. So, let me do that. Let me jump over there. And then if anybody I see wants to get into the voice chat, do that, and, you know, that will happen. I ordered new dumbbells.
Oh, wait.
Yeah. I needed a gap weight that I didn't have. The increase in what I had, I was like, nope, that ain't working. That's not an exercise.
No, I said what weight? Like what?
Oh, what weights? 215s and 230s.
Oh, okay, not too bad.
Yeah.
As you do.
Yeah. So yeah, I was like, you know, yeah, I need different sizes to fill in some gaps in what I already own.
Right.
Yes, Karina, I really am. I'm going to be super bemused if I get some upper body muscles because I've never really had them. I was always like super lithe. I could lift my own body weight. Like that was required for climbing, but you know, it was never fucking like, difference in weightlifting, right? You do high weights, low reps for muscle gains. You do like lower weights, higher reps for just strength training, right? That's essentially what rock climbing is just continuous strength training. You don't gain a whole lot of mass as a result. So yeah. But
Not bad.
yeah, we're gonna see what we can do. When is cut? Watkins, fucking when is Kai going to mod me? I probably have the most stream hours of anyone, probably ever. Many people have told me. Watkins, did you perform a satanic ritual and absorb the spirit or whatever may be left of the soul of Donald J. Trump?
How many years do you think he's got left on him?
Multiple Watkins and Skeptic both saying they've done that. You know, he's got the world's best healthcare. So
Right, but there's only so much they can do. For
I mean,
like
Dick
him.
Cheney had a fucking artificial heart put in, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
And you know, yeah, you'd be surprised. Read the the Discord. The Discord link is not public, just because I mean of who we put up with around here. But you ain't new, so let me just kick you check your whispers, Reed. And there you go. Maybe I should do an artificial heart next. Hey, sweet, you know, whatever fucking floats your boat.
Just full cyborg, that shit.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, you atheist bastard? Oh, you're agnostic now. You're not atheist anymore. You're agnostic. What up, you agnostic bastard?
Oh, shit.
Well, I'm still an atheist. I just don't like the label.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Too bad then. I'm going to call you an atheist now.
I'm not
Well,
gonna.
fuck you.
I am
Hey,
not
speaking
going to
of
purity
speaking of
test
fucks.
agnosticism.
There's a Swede in the chat that I have to remind to go fuck himself.
Oh, all right. Well. Catch you later, Skeptic. Take care of yourself. Estrella, what the fuck did you say? Time is Western imperialist propaganda created by the CIA to start a war against China in the global south. I mean, I can confirm that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Skeptic tagged me earlier. How's the read looking today? Read?
Reading, I guess.
I haven't done a lick of reading in the past fucking week, basically, other than keeping up with headlines and bullshit like that. No, I've been focused on other stuff.
Okay, so this is the arc of Meathead Kai.
Yeah, we're gonna do Meathead for a little bit. I mean, again, the athleticism will continue through because that's old hat from me. But I can only go so long without fucking reading at length. So I predict maybe 2 more weeks. On the outside, I'll be able to maintain that before I just like waste a day or two reading. Like I should be working out. Yes, well, the brain is focused on something else now.
Yep.
Let's see. Hey Angie, cluster headaches make me want to Columbus emote myself. But then I got notified that you were streaming, so it was a good distraction. Well, I'm glad I can be there for you, Angie, to prevent you from Columbus emoting himself or emoting yourself. I don't know if you saw that little mini rant I already did, Kat.
I did.
Jesus fucking Christ! I swear to God, Twitch.
It's funny.
Fucking a drop of spittle. No, we can't approve that. A person being beheaded by an axe. That's all good.
Yep.
Fuck. What the fuck, Twitch? Hey Turret, and hey Casual. Let's see. And is there anything else? And Karina, I know it's personal, but you did bring it up on stream. How the parent situation going? I've started moving some of their stuff. Not me personally, of course. I don't.
Turret, cool it down.
Yeah, there is no song request feature on the channel. There's no song request feature on the channel. Doesn't work that way. So people would request songs that would get me DMCA'd.
Or just ear rape.
Yeah.
As Turret demonstrated.
Or just ear rape. Oh, I should make that entire thing just a command. Just if you manage to do exclamation capital S, lowercase r, capital Rick, lowercase roll, then you can cue it.
Nice.
Yes.
I would fucking play a lot of rhythm games on stream if copyright wasn't a thing.
Dude, if copyright wasn't a thing, I would love to play, like, my music. Right? Like, I'm fine with a lot of the electronica. A lot of the stuff is in the territory that I listen to, just the artists aren't of the grade that I listen to. But, I mean, there's a shit ton of punk music I'd love to be listening to right now, quite frankly. Yeah. So, yeah. So, let's see. Can I see this drop of spittle bootlicking emote you're ranting about? Caboose, on the Discord server, it's the bootlicker emote. That's the original. The one you see in Twitch is the modified. And so yeah, just go over to Discord and bootlicker emote, and it'll be there.
Yeah.
Oh, hey Reed.
Oh, Reed.
Reed. Yes, punk is gay. Embrace house music. The completely not homosexual at all music.
Nope, no connotations there whatsoever. Never has been.
Nope. I've definitely never seen a writhing, roiling pile of male bodies fucking each other senseless to house music. That's for sure something I've never witnessed firsthand and participated in my entire life. I promise.
Can you share a playlist on Discord while you stream and we just have to listen to both at the same time? I'm pretty sure that actually is possible.
Bro, that's gay. I didn't need to hear that. Oh, sweetie, I have so many stories for you then.
This is just the Kai's gay stream?
Yeah, we'll just do Kai's gay stream. Hi, my name's Kai. I'm an anarchist and also I like dick.
Yep. It's a matter of time. The liberal Ed Pull of Twitch was going to get to him eventually.
Oh, hey Reed, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. What's up?
Well, apparently tonight's stream is dedicated to Dick. That's
I
just
mean, I'm always down for that.
It's always fun.
Hey RV. How's your wife doing? You stopped fighting yet? Yes, unfortunately the relationship between my wife and I has gone south. Given that we live in Nevada, I've already filed for divorce online and sought out a boyfriend. It was just within the last 12 hours, 20 hours maybe. Yes, that relationship is over, and now I'm in a homosexual relationship as a rebound from her. Yeah, her wives are hers.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
Hell's old as time.
Yeah. Kai's relationship with his wife has gone down on his boyfriend. You call your boyfriend your wife to see his face, see the response. What would happen if I called him my wife? He probably just confusion.
Turret.
Probably just
Turret,
confusion.
Legion are gay as fuck. I don't think you want to go that route either.
Yeah, I mean, super gay.
Very, like, aggressively gay. Literally.
Yeah. So, how was everybody's day?
I'm just
I have a
vibing.
paper.
Honestly, nothing happened. If I'm being honest.
It's pretty much what we all got going on.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Really can't think of anything that happened today. I got another monitor for my setup,
Nice.
and I'm waiting for this arm mount to come in from Best Buy that I really overpaid for. But other than that, nothing else happened.
Estrella, it's a New Vegas reference.
Caboose. Now you see why I'm still bitching about it. Fucking months and months and months later, I'm still annoyed. What? So yeah.
I have to go write a paper. Fuck all of you.
Uh-huh. What's it? Oh, All right. Good luck with that, Watkins.
I can respect like the sudden whiff of responsibility just coming over him like that.
Man, I really gotta do that paper right now.
Yeah, just like fuck it, I got something to do.
This is boring as shit. I have to go. Sorry, guys.
Watkins actually, that's not the first time Watkins does that. Watkins just sort of and gone.
Yeah.
Um,
Applause for amazing self. That's what I'm saying for you.
I'm writing a report on Section 1031 of the U.S. Tax Code, as well as a guide to Section 721 of the U.S. Tax Code. Sweet. That sounds super fascinating, and I'll be sure to ask. Anyway, so Kat, what'd you do today?
I fucking really nothing. It's just like today has possibly been like the most average day I've had in like a while. Literally just wake up, do schoolwork, fucking go do like an odd job for a bit of spare change, and then, like fucking that's pretty much it. Just kind of just studying mixed with hood rat shit is the best way to put it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
What are you in school for? Are you in college?
Nah, I'm just fucking doing like an online certification course for like some IT shit. I'm doing the A+ cert, and I'm also gonna start studying for the CCNA certification. So that's, I'm talking high level nerd shit here.
What do you want to do?
Not even high level.
I know it's not, but I'm saying compared to normies, I can flex on them.
That makes sense. I want to do something in IT too. I just don't know what yet.
Honestly, just start. Like I'm just telling you now, there's a fucking mountain of shit that you got to get behind. Just start.
Yeah.
Like literally, don't think about it. Just start.
You're 15 years too late already, so just start. I'm not joking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, you're already 15 years too late. Just start wherever. Start with an A+ course. Start with something, depending on what your level of knowledge already is. But fucking start sprinting now.
Or just like a. Hold on, let me pull up the course.
Yeah, because let's see, 10 seconds has gone by. You're already out of date from 10 seconds ago. So, yeah, it's like that. Estrella, Swede, have you ever thought of reading economics? Oh, yeah. For people to fall asleep to. So you can learn in your sleep. Also, you have to explain what those tax codes are. Swede, my voice is made for silent film, so no, not really. Yeah. It's, oh.
Alright, somebody give him a blue Yeti.
Let's see. If they approve the Columbus emote, maybe they'll approve the Mary Queen of Scots botched execution. Took 3 blows to behead her. I mean, honestly, if they approve that one, how? Guy, that hurt. My schooling was out of date years before I graduated. Dude, Karina, that was one of the contributing factors. One of my favorite stories from college is a 10-question pop quiz that my teacher, professor, I suppose, I just continued to call them teachers. I don't know why. Somewhere in my brain, it just never changed. Dude gave a 10-question pop quiz. What class was that? It was one of the Linux classes. I don't remember. He sent me the pop quiz back, 7 wrong out of 10, and I had to sit him down and show him how the quiz was out of date. 7 of them I answered correctly for that moment, not 10 years prior. And so, yeah, that was a huge contributing factor to, I mean, one, it was costing me money in both front end and back end going to school, but also they weren't up to date. And working in the field as I was, it's like, look, you need to be current, or else you're not helping me at all. Like, so, yeah, it was not a great experience. Swede, I've heard it's normal to hate your own voice as well, but I can honestly say that's never been an issue. I don't get it.
I actually pretty much despise my voice. I'm surprised how much recorded content of me is just out there. First thing people compliment me on is my voice, and I just don't get it, like, at all.
Actually, now I'm hearing you. No, I'm kidding. I was gonna say something
Karina, no fucking idea. No idea how that's even allowed, but whatever. Yeah, multiple people, fucking Fortus, Swede, Caboose, all jumping on the hating their own voice pile.
Yeah.
don't hate my own voice. I just hate hearing my own voice, like in a recording or something.
Yeah.
That's when I hate it.
For me, I just have like these weird like stutters and like verbal tics that I fall back on a lot. So like that kind of like makes me cringe whenever I hear myself.
That I understand at least. But let's see. Was there anything that had fucking? Oh, I was gonna pick on. I was gonna fucking pick on him a little bit. Philippine patrols revealed 11 Chinese warships, 240 militia ships in the West Philippine Sea. They've got approximately 240 Chinese vessels lingering in the territorial waters off of Calayan and Palawan in the Philippines' exclusive economic zone. So China basically has invaded the Philippines fishing area at this point. And Russia, of course, is bringing 100,000 soldiers to bear on their Ukrainian border. So China is moving to free the Philippines from, I don't know, their fish and maybe their land. And Russia is moving to free Ukraine from their land, seaports, and other resources as well. So again, this is just, CIA Western misinformation propaganda campaign, because Russia and China have never done anything imperialistic in their entire history, including these moves, because, I don't know, reasons. I don't know. I'm not a Bay Area attorney. I can't come up with some bullshit on this one, but...
Kai, have you ever considered that maybe it's not imperialism because America exists?
Yes. So, well, with that being said, clearly China is just going to, bring freedom by overfishing around the Philippines. And Russia is bringing liberty very much the same way we do, with tanks, cannons, and guns, but liberty nonetheless. It's definitely not geopolitics and expansionism.
Yeah, it's good for them. They know best.
Hey, story girl. Oh, well, China's got a big one. Russia's got a big one. Where's our new big one? Well, Biden has officially warned off Russia and said, NATO is interested in this. We have moved a strike carrier group into the South China Seas. And if you're not familiar with what a strike carrier group employs, it's an aircraft carrier, usually multiple submarines, frigates, weapons platforms, amphibious vehicles, an air detachment, and a few other assets. Usually they roll 20 or so ships deep. That's what a carrier strike group looks like when it shows up. It's a thing to behold, quite frankly. And so we put a carrier strike group in the South China Sea, and NATO's interested in Russia. So, where's ours? Global. Yeah. Yep.
Fun times.
Yeah, a naval strike group is a giant you think you're tough move. It is. And we've got a few of them. That's the thing. Like, how many we've got a bunch of carrier strike groups. Got 11 at last count on Nimitz class nuclear carriers, and we're building a new platform as well. I think it's the Gerald Ford, I think, is the newest platform that we're planning on moving to. That's going to be our new aircraft carrier model for the next 50 years, maybe. Reagan, is it the Reagan class? I could have sworn there was something else coming up as well, Swede. I think, yeah, it's Ford. It's Ford. Yeah, it's going to be the Gerald R. Ford class of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, currently under construction. Yeah. I try and... Hey, Squid. Yeah, oh yeah, Cupcake. There's Reagan class. Yeah, USS Reagan is a carrier. It is, I believe it's a Nimitz. Yeah, it's a Nimitz class. So yeah, the USS Reagan is a specific aircraft carrier of the Nimitz class. The Gerald R. Ford is going to be the new class of aircraft carriers that we are moving towards. So it's you know, I always thought Nimitz was one of the coolest names, quite frankly. The military does have a knack for naming things sometimes. You're just like, all right, I have to admit it, that sounds cool. Like, just sounds fucking cool. Like, what do you want? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, the SR-71 fucking is the coolest looking goddamn thing ever built. Yeah, it's a weapon of war. Yeah, it's a weapon of imperialism. But look at the damn thing. It's a marvel of engineering, and it's sexy as fuck. There's no getting around that. Sorry. You know what's better than what I'm eating right now? Pepperoncini peppers and ranch dip. Ooh, listening to a leftist enjoying freedom without any knowledge of experienced media threats for the empire. Oh, you're adorable, Alaraz. Welcome back. Let's see. I can't even get to the end of a 5-letter word without ADHD kicking in. Does it have the funky catapult with an incline release? I don't know any of the specs for it. But yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, exactly, Swede. My favorite name for a thing was the Vought F4U Corsair. Fair enough, Storigo. Oy vey. All right, so that's like, you know, that's on the Empire front. By the way, came across this one today. Let's just go ahead and get in trouble right out of the gate. This was a thing that got posted to Cringetopia even. Twitter. Of course, Twitter. It's always Twitter. You can always count on Twitter. The term obese is a slur, violent, dehumanizing, and anti-black.
Nope, I'm out. I'm out. I can't do it anymore.
Thousands of likes, thousands of retweets.
Read.exe has stopped working. Read has left the server. I gotta go.
It's like, what? I'm sorry.
Who thinks?
Please tell me they're...
I hope it's satire. I really do.
It
I
wasn't.
really hope they're kidding.
It wasn't.
Please tell me they're revolutionary. Please, for the love of God. I need it.
Did you see, Caboose, did you see the top comment to it? Did you have, as an obese guy, I fucking hate the fat hobies. Oh, the best one was, okay, I'll just say Big Chungus from now on. Right out of the gate. The guy was right there with the reply. He's like, all right, fine. No obese. We'll go with Big Chungus.
To be fair, I'm sure most obese people would probably prefer being called Big Chungus.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Do it.
It's sorry. Obese is a slur, violent, dehumanizing, and anti-black. Like, come on. No, it's not.
Anti-black is what got me, you know?
It's just not. But
I don't.
And yeah, Caboose, and Hafafa Hots, or Jaffafa Hots, but I'm gonna go with Hafafa Hots. Apparently I'm the new parasocial relationship. Well, thank you, I guess. Thank you for notifying me at least, so I know where we stand moving forward. Among people classified as obese, 49% are black, 42% are white, according to this that Casual Cupcake just put up. Yes, the obesity rates for our country are terrifying, and continuing to climb, by the way.
I mean, if that's like their angle, that like more black people are considered obese, I don't fucking.
I mean, it's in the grand scheme of things, it's not even close, because if you wrap the Asians in, then the statistics just get blown out of the water. Talk about blowing the curve.
Whoa.
Non-Hispanic black adults comprise 49.6%, according to the CDC's health statistics data brief. All right. so highest age-adjusted prevalence of obesity, but Hispanic adults are 44.8. So 49.6, 44.8, and non-Hispanic white adults are 42.2. Non-Hispanic Asian adults, 17.4%.
Oof.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is definitely like leaning one direction or another.
Well, that's kind of what I'm getting, Cave. Well, like, I think that points more towards, like, black people kind of having the shit end of the stick when it comes to infrastructure, as opposed to just, like, I don't fucking, like...
But a 7.4% statistical variance, I mean, it's something.
That's pretty significant.
But not compared to the suburban-urban distribution and economic distribution rates between whites and the white community and the black community.
Yeah.
Like, it's not the number that I would expect it to be. I would expect if this were, correlated, I would expect the white number to be closer to the Asian number.
Well, yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at, is that it just seems like kind of a infrastructure thing, general, like, socioeconomic thing. Because, like, a big thing that you got to remember with, like, the Asian population is that, like, a huge amount of them are just, like, wealthy immigrants or children of wealthy immigrants. So they have, like, kind of that upper leg going on. No, fucking no.
I think it's a culture thing. I do.
Well, there's that. Well, of course there's that. That's, like, undeniable. But, like...
Yeah.
For me, what I'd be interested in is, like, seeing that, like, cross reference with, like wealth stats on top of that, seeing, like, if net worth is also a corollary factor.
Oh, almost always. Wealth, obesity, corollary.
We're doing the stats 101.
There we go.
That is true, Swede.
Who's got access to Science Direct?
Just throwing that line out there, hoping.
Fuck it. Yeah, because there's a really interesting study I kind of want. We are what we eat. Obesity, income, and social comparisons. Empirical evidence of a non-monotone relationship between income and obesity is not well explained. Theoretical model combining income inequality and social comparisons explaining the link between income and obesity and the study tax policy implications for fighting obesity. Yeah, I kind of want that study. Anyway. Yeah, Squid, LeBron James is obese technically. That is true. Caboose, calling me obese isn't offensive. It's fucking obese. It's a medical term. Bullying obese people is a very bad thing, but this fucking anti-fat phobia bullshit is some serious toxic positivity. With Caboose. Let's see. Food deserts are a real thing.
100%.
Having 1/3 of the people in a certain geographic area with a medical condition, says Japanese, indicates an issue with the society itself. It's not rocket science to fight obesity, change the lifestyle and what you eat. Even so, some people still get fat, but not 1/3, not obese anyway. Selection bias, I probably do through Creighton. Well, there's the, hey Joe, there's the link. Hey, and there it is, mask off.
Well, fuck.
I've been waiting for Alraz to do that for a while. And Caboose, Japanese, and Seller Dweller 86. What the fuck? Thank you for the follows. Is this picking on fat people, as you so call them, right? Or overweight? Yeah, Neko. Oh, Jesus Christ, sweet, tell me. Neko, yeah, just jump into voice chat. Well, that is true. Story Girl. The fact of the matter is Americans are overweight. There's no.
Yeah, like Yeah, BMI is like far from like the most accurate thing you could use to track like obesity, because like that only measures like weight versus height.
But
if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's
there's
just-
a modified one that takes a couple other things into account, but yes.
It's
Um,
just, it's not the one you want to go to.
But if somebody attempts to deny that Americans are en masse overweight, they're delusional. We are a heavy nation. That's not really okay. Yeah, you're fine, Neko. Take your time. Do what you got to do. Yeah, I don't think that's really up for debate. That we have a weight issue in this nation.
Unfortunately, I do not have access to that particular study.
You are useless to me. Verboten from the community from here on out. Whatever will we do?
Damn. And just like that, we saw a cult member get excommunicated.
Yep, just like that. Fucking.
Yo.
It's. Oh yeah. Yeah, take care of that. Thank you, Joe. Oh, was I supposed to actually read your racist screed, Alaraz? I'm sorry. Forgive me for ignoring your racist screed. Let me scroll back and look through it here for a second. Forgive me. I'm being a terrible host.
God forbid you don't want to give the racists a platform.
Hey everyone.
What's up, Sue?
Oh, Jesus. Alaraz is telling you, Kat, that the fight could be a real thing. One more week for outcome from promoters.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we were talking about that behind the scenes.
Hmm.
We're just gonna see what happens there.
Other than that, something, more programs to support them any other race in history, more opportunities, they don't take advantage, play victim, blah, blah, blah. All right. Anyway.
Alrad, I don't think so.
It's kind of, it's all fucking up and fucking feta. It's all born of.
I'm pretty sure.
It's all
I
born
have
of a conversation that somebody on fucking Twitter. Let me catch you up, Sue. Basically, somebody posted to Twitter that the term obese is a slur, violent, dehumanizing, and anti-black. Don't try and figure it out. No, but don't dedicate any processor cycles to it. There's no figuring it out. But that's sort of how we ended up here. So, yeah.
And now we have somebody trying to say that they've experienced more racism.
I mean, than
All
me,
of us?
probably. I mean, almost guaranteed. I mean, they said they grew up in Selma. That doesn't necessarily mean anything. It would more be dependent upon what race you are growing up in Selma. Because, frankly, I could picture a scenario in which one grows up in Selma and doesn't experience that much racism.
Yeah.
And I have to say,
Hey, Rabbit.
welcome to the indigenous population over here. We motherfuckers have put up with racism a lot more deeper than you.
Oh, War Machine. Do you have a couple of extra pounds that you need to lose? You seem really touched by this topic. We're not picking on them. We're not picking on fat people. We're picking on the
they're
concept.
White. They're white.
Oh, all right. Well, never mind. Good luck to that. So we're picking on the concept of somebody saying that the term obese is a violent, dehumanizing, anti-black slur. That's what we're talking about. Which is arguably kind of a crazy statement. By all means, Seller.
Honestly, Squid, sometimes I forget as well. As I'm up here. So, I mean, I don't blame you.
So, yeah. Interesting. Well, here's an idea then. Let's frame it this way. Since it is a medical condition, is how you've classified it, right? Where was it? I saw it multiple times from you. So let's pick on people. Let's make fun of people's medical conditions, right? All right, it's a medical condition. There's a whole lot of sick people in this country, and they need treatment. They need help. It is not healthy. It is a medical condition, diagnosable, recognizable, that leads to a whole host of downstream subsequent secondary and tertiary medical conditions. So let's frame it as we need better health care and better education surrounding nutrition and dietary habits in this country. These people are victims of the society and the culture just as much as anybody else who has internalized capitalism or has internalized any of their oppressors' behaviors, patterns that they've had handed down to them. Is that better? Because to me, that feels slightly more like a dig. But I don't know. Framed as you want it. Cupcake. This is part of the euphemism treadmill. This is you're witnessing it in action. This is part of the euphemism treadmill. I'm sorry, obese is a medical term, but if enough people scream about it, then what it'll be is that obese will be the new insult, and you won't be able to use it. And so the medical community will move on to a new term, and society will use the old medical term as the stand-in ad hoc insult, the pejorative, and then eventually catch up and readopt the medical term, and the treadmill turns again. This is the euphemism treadmill. So news institutions have acknowledged we need to shift from addressing climate change related stories from news to a literal crisis. How are we going to deal with that? Yeah, probably not many of us are going to deal with it at all. Story Girl, the argument is vast. There's no one singular thing. The sugar industry, there's lobbyist groups, the food manufacturers, the educational system, there's aspects across the board. Plus, we're looking at generational genetic involvement as well, propensity towards diabetes, a learned behavior from parents passed down through the generations, cultural inculcation, especially in certain regions of this country. You have high dairy consumption in the Midwest. You have high-fat fried foods in the Deep South that are a cultural staple. There's aspects across the board that play into this particular topic. But the fact of the matter remains is if it is a medical condition, then we need to start treating it as such, and that means there is an obesity epidemic in this country. And we need medical intervention for it.
And if you notice, I hate to say it this way, but unfortunately, most of those who apparently suffer from obesity are white people.
No, they aren't. We've already pulled the statistics on stream. They aren't. Whites are right in the grouping. It is African Americans at 49%, Hispanics at 46 odd percent, and whites at 42%, with Asians pulling up the tail at 17%. Yes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not even close. Yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what I expected, to be frank.
And so, yeah, it's Asian, no fat.
Fuck.
That's the way it looks as of the last CDC health statistics data sheet breakdown. Yeah, it is most assuredly a cultural issue. Hey, Che, seize the food companies. There's all sorts of, Jesus Christ. How are you going to get a kid to eat a carrot after they have a Cheeto? Right? Like, here's the thing. You feed a 4-year-old a flamin' hot Cheeto and a carrot, I promise you, they're coming back to that Cheeto. That shit is crack.
Yeah.
It is literally designed in a lab to addict you.
Which food company? Because there's only like 3 of them.
Am I a parent? Oh God, no. I'm not,
Alright, we got something to tell you here about Kai.
sweetheart. I mean, we're capable. We do shit these days, but I mean, no. He's giving birth right now. Karina, most
I'm
of the
a parent.
manufactured food.
Why does that matter?
How are you to make any effing designation? Because one, I worked with children. It's literally my first job. Yeah. I mean, I worked for the fucking Boys and Girls Club. I was surrounded by 6-year-olds to 18-year-olds for several years. And you think
I'm
I
a
did?
parent. I can vouch for what he's saying.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, Cheetos are fucking crack compared to a carrot. This doesn't. I don't need to be a parent to understand physiology, psychopharmacology, and just basic metabolic chemistry. That doesn't take me jizzing into a vagina to figure out. I'm sorry. Like, that's not a thing. That's not how that works. The dopamine.
Your point's not.
The serotogenic and dopamine receptors in the brain and the areas responsible for those responses light the fuck up under fMRI scans when these compounds are consumed. To the extent that Coca-Cola actually did their own study utilizing fMRIs to see if their advertising alone caused a dopamine response within the cerebral cortex of a human being. And by the way, it did. Coke proved that you get this same sort of reward response that you get from cocaine or sex when you see a Coca-Cola ad. Not even consume the drink. All right? This is what they do to you. This isn't, oh, you need to be a parent to understand this shit. Come on. Oh, Alraz.
I'm a parent and a grandparent. And I agree with what Kai just said.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to be.
Go retard your own self, dude.
Well, there you go. We've got multiple generations of lineage and parentage on the stream right now, and they agree as well. So, what? What you got, motherfucker?
I don't even know who the fuck you are, so how the hell is it whether I like you or not?
Right? Like, what you got, motherfucker?
I love how he's like, you're not a parent, so your point isn't valid. Like, you have to be a parent to understand it.
Yes.
Celery, you got me with that one.
Yeah, you toddlers, they gravitate towards that shit like.
Hey, non-binary.
I mean, I feel like it's fairly obvious that like broccoli doesn't taste as good as fucking like, I don't know, just like list any candy here.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like this is like a 1+1 situation here, you know?
oh God, I'm gonna step in it on this one. Story Girl and Japanese. Japanese says, but you know that's true, but that's where self-control should kick in. And then Story Girl said, nah, that's victim blaming. No, at the end of the day, I'm sorry, the addict has to de-addict themselves. We can provide we can provide programs and social support. We can provide alternatives. We can help you as much as we possibly can. But if you've ever known an addict, the only person that it falls to save them is the addict themselves. That's just how it works. And
this is true.
so if it is a medical condition, if there is a physiological response that's being tapped in maliciously by the large food industry, and I think we all sort of have reached consensus that there has to be a level of personal responsibility there, or else we're undermining everything we have come to accept and understand about addiction processes and how to recover from them. It's not blaming the victim to say at the end of the day they're going to have to exhibit some self-control.
Motherfucker, I have 5 kids and 3 grandkids. I think I know about fucking proper parenting.
And Swede seems like a really good parent. So, I mean, bro.
Fuck.
I'm praying to sweet baby Jesus that I don't end up having to be a good parent.
I would have to have. There's gonna
Hey,
be there's,
same here.
there's gonna be a very
I'm
odd
praying
sequence
for
of
you,
events. Yeah, if I end up a parent, there has been some extraordinarily odd sequence of events. Like we should make a movie out of it, kind of sequence.
I would pay so much fucking money to see that.
Wait, you fuck so many mothers, so that's your idea of that you have proper parenting skills just because you fucked women that had kids already? Wow, interesting.
See, for skinny people, they think fat people are just something to be ridiculed because there's an obvious physical difference. Hey, War Machine, watch this. Hey, Sue and Kat, do you mind me asking what your weights are like?
Yeah, like 250, 510, thereabouts.
That's kind of big, isn't it?
Well, let's see. I'm weighing at 485 pounds.
Interesting.
God damn, son.
So Sue would most assuredly be classified as obese. Kat, I don't know, but
I'm
probably.
pretty sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm like straddling that line really fucking hard.
Yeah.
LeBron James is technically obese.
Yeah, technically.
about-
He is.
But it's not.
It's not the same.
It's not the same. Yeah. Well, that's and no, just to War Machine, it's not the same, right? Like it just isn't. Like they're not being ridiculed even in this moment. We're literally talking about it within a medical context and saying that there are addictive processes at work. There's physiology, there's psychopharmacology, there's social indoctrination, there's a propaganda arm of big food that is targeting individuals and taking advantage of evolutionary directives within the brain, sugar, salt, fat, these sorts of things. And yet you still see it as an attack. If we were talking about heroin addiction or opioid addiction in these same terms, I'm pretty sure Curio, who is a friend and is a recovered heroin addict or recovering, whichever term you prefer, would not see it as a personal attack to discuss it in these sorts of terms. This is.
Yeah,
I think you're always recovering.
Yeah, the first thing that comes with any talks of like addiction or like getting over shit is just like you gotta want it.
No,
There's like no way around that fact. Like you just gotta want to get off the shit
yeah.
before anything else.
We know being overweight is harmful to your health. That's really not up for debate at this point.
Yeah.
Like, sorry. And we know that at the end of the day, all that truly matters to weight loss is calories in, calories out.
Yep.
It's not
That can be achieved.
it's not
yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, and that's achieved through a combination of diet and exercise. It's not just the food. Like
It's 80% food, 20% exercise at the end of the day.
yeah, like getting up and moving around, getting your metabolism started. Giving it a little bit of help, not gonna hurt you. Gonna do some good for you. I've heard some doctors say.
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I guess for me, it's just like I've never really like I've had people poke fun at me for being fat, but it's just like I don't know. I guess it just never.
Story
never-
girl. My argument would be that sure, yes, we should get rid of exploitative mass markets for food producers and all that. 100%, we should do that. Is that on the horizon any moment?
Yeah, like in the meantime, you still like if you want to be at a healthy weight, you still.
I
like,
mean,
you can't just wait.
Yeah. We can wait for our white knight savior revolution to come along, or in the meantime, we can start doing the work ourselves.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Or you can just make it work.
no.
Like me.
Alazar, let me tell you a little something, buddy.
Okay. Alazar, I'm gonna have to pull the trigger on that. Don't respond to it, Sue. It's just he's gone.
What
Don't
did
harass him.
6'5". I'm 6'5", and I usually run around 185 to 190 pounds, and
How do you
I
do that?
can't gain weight because of the genetic disorder that I have.
Lucky
So
fucker.
I've been made I graduated high school at 135 pounds, and I was 6'3". I was rail thin, and people made fun of me for that.
Yes.
So I mean,
Oh
people make
yeah,
fun of
skinny
for
people
anything.
get fucking dunked on all the time. You think my scrawny ass? Fucking, I mean, well, I mean, yes. More so when I was in the South than when I was out closer to the West Coast, actually. That very much is a regional difference.
That's why you have big native friends like me, Kai.
Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting to see the different cultures. Like out on the West Coast, like years ago, like I could just take my shirt off and fucking. It's like, oh, hey, you have abs, you're fine, right? Like none of the other, nothing else matters. I'm not kidding you. Like, I had washboard abs, you're fine. There's not possibly anything that could be wrong with your health as a result of that. But in the South, I constantly was being picked on and encouraged to eat more and told that I'm nothing but skin and bones and X, Y, and Z, right? Like it was nonstop sort of thing. Rabbit, I'm 6 foot and 910 pounds. It took some work, but I managed it. Practice, 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 folks. Don't let them tell you that you can't. Let's see. No, that's what Rabbit was going for. And Karina, yeah, no, I would, Karina, that was, giving me your metabolism. Karina, no, adoption was never on the radar. I don't like kids. That, and I don't have the tool sets necessary. That the level of patience and understanding that it takes to be a parent, I don't have. I would not be a good parent. Like, there should be more people like me in this world, quite frankly, that take a step back and do a realistic analysis of themselves and go, would I actually be a good parent? No, I don't think so. Why would you try then? Like, right? I don't like kids. I don't want kids. I don't think I have the patience or the tool sets necessary. Plus, I'm gay. Like, the universe was telling me from the word go, don't do it. Don't do it. It's not for you, man. It's not for you. So, I worked with kids, like I said, 6 to 18 years of age. I saw them. Like, I occasionally ran a computer lab for, like, advanced children and stuff like that, right? Like, I do have interactions. But
this isn't me trying to convince you any different, but when it's your own kid, it's very different.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. That's where the Stanhope argument comes in. What if it's not? What if I just want that kid to shut up and stop screaming, and like I could squeeze like lemon juice in his eye just to like make him go away or something, right? Like, what's stopping me then, as now like this is my property basically, from doing that? Right? Like, there does come a point where you should have a little introspection and go, no, I don't think I'm meant for that.
I'm not trying to convince you that you're wrong. I'm just saying there's a different mindset when it's your own flesh and blood.
Yeah. No. You'd
be surprised how much a little baby will grow on you.
I think you'd be surprised how much different it is in some people's brains. I think if you could spend a day around even like my own child in my brain, you'd be like, no, all right, I get it. I have no parental instincts. I've never wanted a child. I've never wanted anything to do with children. And as I said, I'm fucking gay even. Right? Like, the entirety of the universe conspired to create a set of circumstances for me in which I would not have to have or put up with or be around children.
I would have to say, when my first daughter was born, that was definitely a game changer when it came to my mindset on women.
That lots of men have said that once they have a daughter, things change a little bit in their head.
Make the changes where you're supposed to, I guess.
And okay, so Karina, my back pain only came to the surface when I started to lose weight. Turns out the trauma was hidden under a lot of fat, and this actually made it easier to deal with the pain at the time, but the longer I had that pain, the more damage I was doing overall.
Sorry.
Karina, that dude, carrying extra weight, I mean, it's bad for your joints. It's bad for your back. I mean, it just is. There's no way around this. Mm-hmm. It's a health crisis. Hey, Tiffany. Oh, it's Tiffany Star. What is Tiffany?
Yo, what up, Tiffany?
All right, I'll get the fire hose out.
Dude, she does good work.
I actually pop into her streams every once in a while and watch her.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Streams are fun.
I get that, Karina.
You know,
Yeah.
good time.
Let's see.
I would have to say
Ooh,
she's
solid.
definitely a very base streamer.
Yes, very much so.
Caboose, I'm self-aware enough to know that if I had a kid, I'd be neglectful as fuck.
Yeah, I have like these depressive episodes that like kind of just lead me to just kind of like vegging out for like a week or two sometimes. Yeah, probably not a good idea to have that going on with kids, you know, just not really happy, wouldn't be excited to pull the trigger on that, you know?
You know what, kid? You can cook dinner tonight. Daddy's tired.
Dude, that's the first thing I'm teaching that little fucker. I'm gonna teach him how to cook, son. He's gonna eat real good.
Story girl.
And it can get worse if you have kids. That type of thing can actually get worse.
Yeah, oh yeah. Story girl. I hear you on all of that, but it is actually as simple just deciding to change. The process of change is far more difficult. 100%.
Yeah, it fucking sucks.
But you don't change unless you decide to change first. And if you don't decide to change first, then you continue eating like 5 double doubles. Sorry, it's a West Coast U.S. reference. Five fucking, you can tell where my choice of fast food was back in the day. 5 like double cheeseburgers every day, right? Like if you're still making that decision, then it is going to, you're not going to change. And so, yeah.
I would have to say if I am at the gym almost every day, weightlifting and shit, and powerlifting, I would have to say that would be a normal diet for me. Not necessarily for everybody.
I have seen what a powerlifter's diet looks like, yes. But I think the percentage of powerlifters in the world probably accounts for less than 1%. Probably less than 0.1%, quite frankly. But yes, I've seen some of those diets.
At one point in time, before my lungs finally kicked out on me, I was weighing in 500 pounds solid muscle. I would not.
Damn.
Yeah, that's why I say, Kat, I have no fear.
This boy is built different.
He is built different.
I am built different.
Wait, how tall are you?
I'm 6 foot.
Oh God.
God damn.
Hey, War Machine.
I picture him
No,
like a big Viking.
it's not like telling a depressed person to just get over it. You went and saw a medical professional for your weight loss program, right? You decided that there needed to be a change. You made that decision.
Chaska's 6 stages of change.
I mean,
Also, Tiffany, I'm sure we'd be willing to have you. Don't worry about it.
oh yeah,
You can come
Tiffany,
on.
by all means,
Yeah.
if you wanted, you could jump on the air, no problem.
Yeah. Anytime.
I'd make
Yeah,
that.
Tiffany.
I would make that happen.
Even if you wanted to come in and hang out for a few minutes before you went to sleep, that's cool too.
Yeah, exactly, Karina. Like exactly. Like it's. I'm sorry. Like it just is. All right.
Fucking seller. Oh, that's funny. I don't know.
I
My
wouldn't-
thing is like, go ahead.
I was just reading fucking Caves. Fuck it. I would anoint it with the blood of fallen foes to grow mighty and strong.
Can I have a rain check? I really want to, but I'm exhausted.
Yeah, that's fine. Whenever, whenever you're popping around in chat, just feel free to ask. I don't know. My thing is just like, I guess my weight's just never been like a big thing on like my psyche. Frankly, it's helped me. It's actually helped me a lot. There's a certain type of white women that quite enjoy a big brown Mexican. So you know,
Fair.
you know, it works. Make it work, people. Work with what you got.
All I have to say is, like, seriously, you know, for myself, I found being 500 pounds at 6 foot and being all muscle. I used to use small cars as weightlifting things, so dumbbells, so like nothing. It wasn't, like I said, it wasn't until my lungs kicked out on me and my COPD kicked in. and my bottom half of my lungs collapsed, then all of that went to shit.
But as somebody who spent a lot of time in the gym, you understand probably better than many the basic processes at work. You want to build muscle, you need protein. You want fuel for your body, you need calories. You put too many calories in, you gain weight. You put too few in, you lose weight.
Yeah.
Some people can't even build muscle mass no matter what kind of protein they intake.
You know, there are people that I have known
Hard gainers.
who aren't gainers. They are literally Bruce Lee style for the rest of their life, no matter how much they weigh.
Yeah, and I'm one of them. Marfans does not allow you to gain mass at all because the connective tissue just cannot be produced.
That is, Story Girl, that is true, 100%. Here's where it comes in. You know better than most then the degree to which willpower plays in that equation. You would know more than many. Well, it is calories in, calories out. I'm sorry. It is. That is the equation. That there's nobody's debating that. Nobody seriously in the world is debating that. This is how you gain. This is how you lose. Now, there are extenuating circumstances, and willpower and biochemistry and psychopharmacological impacts they abound in that field. But sans a magic pill, sans a revolution of the food industry, at the end of the day, it takes a change of mind, it takes a change of, it takes willpower, and it takes a lot of fucking work. No matter what you're doing. Whether you're trying to gain muscle, whether you're trying to lose fat, whether you're trying to train for a fucking Antarctic marathon. It takes a lot of fucking work and a lot of willpower. It really isn't that different than from what Sue was doing, putting on 500 pounds of fucking muscle. I'm pretty... Sue, I'm sure you had days that you were like, ugh.
Oh, yeah. Oh, without a doubt. There was days I was like, fuck, I don't want to do it. But,
yeah. But you did it.
But I did it.
Yeah.
It's just... I mean...
I'm trying to train for a marathon right now. With my heart condition, it's hard.
Yeah.
I wake up every day not wanting to.
We'll do RV.
Even with like my lung conditions that I have, and how half of my lungs on both sides are collapsed, I can't do cardio anymore. I have to think of other ways of exercising, in order to try and help my body. It's just how it is.
I mean, every time I exercise now, and I've started a full fucking routine, right? I'm going whole hog on this shit, right? Every time I do it, my autoimmune system eats away at my small fiber nervous system a little more, causing all sorts of disruptions for me, pain and discomfort. Like literally working out hurts my entire body. I'm still doing it.
Fister gently, I would love to do that, except for the factor that doing coke or meth will fucking fuck up my lungs even faster.
Yeah.
But thanks for the suggestion.
And Cave, I see the context now. I popped it out like you said. Adderall. Yeah.
I like how more than half a dozen Kais is now just a unit of measurement now.
It's like what's the Canadian comic from Letterkenny? He's actually got a routine about how he's a measurement of he's a unit of measurement for his friends. Like a big fucking case of food. Like how many? Two Kevs. Yeah.
I have to say, Story Girl, I feel you, and I hear you, because you and me pretty much are basically cut from the same cloth. So I mean, there's different variances that come into play, but I think as a general thing for majority or most of the population, or a mass portion of the population, You know, I mean, we get that, right? Like what Kai is saying does make a lot of sense and does play into a lot of a portion of the population. Otherwise,
just
if there's
science.
different variances that come into play, then you have to adjust for those variances.
Yeah. As the saying goes, work with what you got.
Yeah.
Well, again, nobody fucking
Yeah, I don't think Kai is sitting back saying that obesity is worthlessness. I don't think so.
Thank you for picking up on that frustration. Like, it's literally, I have been accused since the beginning of this conversation because somebody fucking ignorantly put on Twitter that the word obese is a violent, dehumanizing, anti-black fucking slur. All right? And we were making fun of that. Not making fun of fat people, not making fun of obese people. We were making fun of that dumbass statement. Then I get accused with fucking fat phobia. So we start going into, hey, actually, it is a medical condition, so let's discuss it in the context of that medical condition. And then we end up in the societal... we're done. We're fucking done. All right? If you can't talk about it like goddamn adults... The fact of the matter is I'm not sitting here attacking you directly if you're overweight. I quite am a fan of a whole lot of people who would technically be overweight. But you know what? They're still overweight. It's still a medical condition. And at the end of the day, it still boils down to calories in, calories out. Because metabolism is an understood process. You're not getting calories from the sun or from the water. Well, it depends on whose brand of water you're drinking, I suppose, these days. But, you know, it's not falling out of the sky into you. So let's understand the process a little and accept that at the end of the day, you have to chew and macerate and swallow the food that gains you the weight.
I have to say that word again. Just is it macerate?
Macerate.
Macer. Okay.
I have to say, when I heard about this Twitter comment, I started laughing because it's like, what the fuck? And it's not to do with people that are overweight or anything of that sort of nature. It is literally the stupidity of someone to post that kind of tweet.
Yes, Joe.
Literally.
Yeah.
I'm still perplexed at the anti-black bit. Like, you know what? Dehumanizing and slur. Okay, fine. It's dumb, but you know, I get it. He can fucking, you know. I just want to know where the anti-black is going from.
Who sat there and said, "This sounds like a great tweet to post. I need to share this with the world." You know,
some white kid,
right?
Just putting it out there. It was some white kid, maybe like 16.
Sure, Starbright. It's okay if you're following me though.
Font.
I don't mind a stalker every once in a while, so it's all good.
But Che, that was the point. Is we looked up the statistics. Yeah, there's a higher rate, but not by much.
Yeah, we did that legwork, Rabbit. I just you know.
Actually, Rabbit. Does anyone else mind if Rabbit joins us?
It's up to
I don't
Rabbit.
think anyone would mind.
It's up to Rabbit. That's
Rabbit's always welcome on air.
Yeah.
Follow.
Che, again, like I said, it was a stupid fucking comment.
Right.
And then a bunch of, I'm sorry, Kai's in a mood. You know what? Kai's in a mood. We're gonna just lean into it. It was a stupid fucking comment, and then a bunch of stupid people piled on. There.
I like male period Kai.
Yeah. Like, what the fuck? I'm sorry. This is your particular sacred cow. But fat people exist. And
Rabbit,
it's a medical condition.
Yeah. Rabbit, come in here, bro.
It's up to Rabbit, though. To some extent, I feel someone was told to lay off donuts and drummed up some outrage so they wouldn't have to reflect on themselves. Fortuus. Yeah, I feel that way too, quite frankly.
It's kind of the vibe that I get from those sorts of comments. So just Like, what possesses someone to just think that? You know,
I mean, there are people I know of that literally cannot help being obese for whatever medical condition they have. And that is not something that anyone should be making fun of or putting down in any way, shape, or
Except
form.
they can.
oh,
I mean, you can still, even if you're bedridden, if you're gaining weight, you're gaining calories at a higher rate than you are expending.
Yeah. So, I mean,
So somebody's being enabled. And in the context, the language of addiction, somebody is surrounded by enablers.
I think I think we would have to look at more along the lines of like, you know,
You're fine, Zeller.
I think that would be a relevant conversation for, like, say, your doctor, someone's doctor, and then their doctor putting them into like courses for like healthier diets and stuff like that.
Yeah, usually you get referred to a nutritionist and a dietitian, or they are the same person, and they give you a food plan and they give you coping strategies and they point you towards, maybe even a therapist if you've got issues. And so, that's standard medical weight loss program territory, and it's something the medical industry has been fully capable of doing for many, many years now. But most people don't fall into pathology territory. Most people fall into the stop territory.
yeah.
It's not
Like,
easy,
like average.
but stop.
You know, like the average dude that's walking around with like a bit of a beer gut. Well, yeah, that's all they really got. Just, cut back on the carbs, eat a little bit cleaner, walk like an hour, 3 days out of the week, and they're good.
Che, that happens to a lot of people, actually. As Che got away from manual labor and got into an office job, weight gain. Yeah.
Tales old as time.
Yeah, so, also, I hate to circle the conversation around a bit, but this is also one of the things that kids come into play. When you have kids and your kids are looking at you trying to say, yo, dad or mom, we want you around long enough to, maybe see your great grandkids. You know what I mean? There's a whole bunch of different things that come into play. But
It's close to home.
yeah.
Shay knows the power of shaping parents into better health. Look, love it or hate it, agree or disagree, the math and science is in on this topic. It just is. You cannot gain weight if you're expending more calories than you're taking in. Just the human body doesn't work that way. So it's math at the end of the day. It's not easy math to do. You have to put a lot of work into that math. You got to bust your fucking ass. And if you have disabilities, be they mental or physical, you're going to have other hurdles to clear. But is someone else going to do it for you? We can.
No, you're the one that has to decide whether or not you're going to do it for yourself.
We can only mutual aid so much, folks. Like, you gotta actually do it for yourself at the end of the day.
To be a doomer about it, people need to remember that life is just pain. We can lessen that pain, but existence is suffering. That's just what
I'm
it
with
is.
Kat on this one. Like, as somebody who's in constant pain, I think a lot more people would do well to remember that there is no, you can't return to the womb. You're never going to get it back. It's just anxiety and pain and all sorts of suffering from this point out. And the sooner you accept that, well, maybe we can start doing some stuff.
Y'all are really about to make me cry. Y'all need to stop.
Wait until we start talking about like post-anarchism
Oh,
and like post-left
No.
ideology, and
Can
just
somebody explain to me what anarchism even is? Because it's been
Okay.
explained to me so many times, and like,
Alright, do you want a
I
break
just-
or do you want to? Do you want a break or do you got one in you?
I haven't done
Well,
one in a while.
Joy too, and there's love.
Yeah.
It's
It's
a mixture of both good and bad emotions and experiences in life.
anarchism. There you go. I was going to say Mr. If you look in chat, Reed, there you go. That's what I would have rattled off.
I like Mister's approach. Okay, Schopenhauer.
Well, I mean, that's the thing, though, is sure, you'll have moments of happiness, you'll have moments of pure joy, you'll have moments of ecstasy, but don't think for a second you get to escape this shit. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, there is once you're dead.
Well, there's that, but you know,
We
there
don't
is
even-
the conversation.
we don't even know
if
that.
that's the end.
Yeah, like,
Sure.
we don't know
Like,
jack
you know-
shit. Here's what we
nobody
do
knows.
know. The human condition is wrought with suffering. A whole host of other stuff that makes it worth dealing with the suffering. But we have become far too comfortable as part of our species. There are other parts of our species that are they don't need this lesson. They're doing just fine on understanding this aspect of life. But there is a contingent of us that are walking around this planet right now that are a little too comfortable. And we forget sometimes that, you know, once upon a time you had to run 25 miles for your dinner.
Well, not
There was
just
a
your
time
dinner.
about a month after my event happened that my wife was talking about how, you know, things, how you know, they would have, carried on and it would have been depressing and painful and everything. And I looked up and I said, oh, I wouldn't have cared. I would have been dead.
Yeah.
Wrong.
Wrong
thing
answer. Wrong
to
answer.
say.
Wrong answer, my man. Wrong answer.
Yeah, no. You know, I respect you for playing that hand, but you know, hey,
Wouldn't have mattered to me.
Cancelled.
there's a certain you know, there's a certain mentality that comes with that.
See, I don't know. See, my mother used to tell jokes like that when I was a kid. Like maybe we're just darker people, but yeah, we would have jokes like that. Well, you know, we could die in a car accident.
Oh
You
god.
just want to make sure having the funeral. I mean, I won't be there, but still, you know, this is the kind of shit that we would say when I was like 10. So
That's pretty much where I'm at too. It's just like I can't really relate to a lot of these people
Exactly,
having like
Elliot.
an existential crisis over like what to me at least is like a fairly like obvious fact of life.
Yeah.
benign, even. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, you know, like it's not even bad per se. It's just like for me it's like it's one of those just matter of perspective things.
It hits you pretty hard when you almost die for a couple months. I mean, you sit up at night going, "Oh God," you know, is that would and I guess this is the parent part of me is just like,
Yeah.
okay, I want everything to make sure to be taken care of after, you know, because let's be honest here, I was, you know, on the knife's edge, and it was an interesting mental state, and they actually put me in counseling afterwards because they're like, people that go through this usually don't come out mentally okay.
Yeah, I mean I get that, but like, you know, I lived a life where I'm going to sleep to gunshots, so it's like, you know, I was very
Understand.
aware of my mortality from a very young age.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, to be perfectly fair, there was a portion of my life where I was doing extraordinarily extreme things on a regular basis, and I was post-teenage immortality. So that shit does wear off. You know, we're all immortal for a short period of time. At least we think we are. And you know, but you can only jump out of a plane or, you know, do an Australian rappel down a cliff face so many times without it sinking in that, oh, this could be the last one, or this could be the last one, or this one could be the last one. Every time you step out, you know, you take that mortality in your hand just for shits and giggles, quite frankly. You know, life, death. Yeah, I'm going to choose life more this time, but there's always a chance of death. So, you know, some of us come to grips with that mortality through some very interesting means. Cat just through the nature of growing up.
Yeah. Just, you know, there's a sobering feeling when you realize that, like, just by the push of a button, it's over. So, you know.
Fister work as a roofer for summer, you learn that.
I think, see, my thing is, I think a lot more people should just, like, you know, this is like a very dude bro Joe Rogan take, but, like, you know, I'm pretty sympathetic to the idea of, like, yeah, just some of these motherfuckers just got a box for a couple of months. Just, you know, just teach them what it feels like to be uncomfortable and in pain for a little bit, and it's just, you know, hopefully something's awakened.
I almost went off a cliff driving through a blizzard when I was going to pick up cocaine, says Seller. That's a thing. Che, also those means would likely count. Yes. You know, yeah. It's just, I think a lot of it would, I think it would, there's a whole host of ways to get there. If you're not into the combat sports, fine. Come jump out of a plane. You know, there's multiple ways to get your brain into that state that, you know, you can sort of realize, like, oh shit, you know, yeah, it just like that could be over. So get over it. Life is uncomfortability.
I just grew up queer in the Midwest. That saves a whole lot of time.
Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it pretty quick.
I've been uncomfortable my whole life. I live in the deep south.
God damn, son.
Non-binary, that's kind of offensive to gay people. And black people, and Asian people, and women.
I know a lot of Mexicans and black people out here that would, like, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't, you know, they kind of had a healthy understanding of how quickly they can die.
I'm not denying the rates of homicide and abuse among the transgender community, but to negate it by saying that cisgender folk don't experience this would, you know, I mean, it's kind of a really big wide brush.
Over one of the most common, you know, we had a summer of protests over one of the most common causes of those deaths.
Again,
I would have to say, you know, like, I understood about the concept of death probably a lot sooner than most people.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but
Christian, you're missing Christian.
I mean, even they can understand it depending on what they're doing. You might want to add wealthy, because poor cis het white males end up predominantly serving in the military and serving in apparatus of imperial conquest and dying for no good reason. Yeah, you're starting to have to add too many categories. Maybe we just leave it alone and say that a lot of people get this, a lot of people don't.
Yeah.
Let's talk about intersectionality.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth picking apart from, like, a statistical standpoint, but I think in everyday conversation, that's a different situation.
Yeah.
Yeah, academic speak is called academic speak for a reason.
That's why we have jargon.
Yeah, boy.
Right, Swede?
And
speaking English.
And there are going to be, here's the, oh shit, Kai's gonna do it. There's going to be some Soho, California, upper class transgendered children who are going to be so well insulated, go to the best of private schools. They will have nannies and bodyguards, and they will have every opportunity in life. And they will know none of that suffering that you're talking about. They
Blair
will be.
White and Ariel Scarella.
I was thinking more like D Wade's son, but he seems okay.
They-
I mean, or not D Wade's son, D Wade's daughter. I don't fucking. Actually, I don't know their gender. I actually forgot as I was saying it.
Oh, there's Jaden Smith too. Will Smith.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh God, talk about insulated.
yeah.
Jesus.
Wade. No, what? Okay, Zaire. That's who it was.
Suffering should be a grade 6 class. For many people, it is.
Okay.
High school was a class in suffering.
Fuck, I forgot who it was.
I'm pretty much with you on that. I loathed high school.
I feel like I'm the only lefty that had like a positive high school experience.
I was.
You shut up.
I was. I
So
was.
just because
kinda
you
fucked
get
up.
bullied doesn't mean it's okay for you to rub it on our face.
I
Okay.
just,
Yeah.
I just,
Non-binary. Nobody's denying that. Nobody.
Captain Entitlement.
Everybody on this stream. Well, I can't speak for Reed, but everybody on this stream knows that transgender and non-gender conforming people face a disproportionate rate of violence. Nobody's denying that. But to make
Except for
like,
Kat.
Sure, even I know that.
you know,
feel.
it's,
Except for Kat. Kat enjoyed high school, which I think proves that he's the most privileged of all of us.
yeah. There
Oh,
you go.
Fuck.
What kind of neighborhood did you live in? Would you like to tell us? No, okay.
Fuck it.
Yeah, are you one of those
like
Soho
East-
queers that didn't have to
Like
deal with anything?
East LA.
Yeah. Yeah,
What kind of laptop? What kind of laptops did you have at your school, huh?
You have an iPad?
Did you have an
Both of you
iPad?
had laptops.
Did you have a smart board?
Are those a
Uphill,
thing?
both ways, in the
Wait,
snow.
Wait, no bullshit. Are smartboards a thing?
Smart boards were. a
Oh
thing when I
yeah,
was in
smart boards
school.
are definitely a thing.
I don't
God.
freaking know.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Electronic whiteboards that have all sorts of touch sensors and pen sensors, so you can transcribe automatically to a presentation for everybody's laptops in the class what you're drawing on the board, so they have copies of anything that the teachers have done on the board and stuff like that. And you can also there's also scripting behind a lot of them, so you can sort of like draw like a pie graph or something, and the computer like a projector can overlay on top of it and stuff. Oh yeah, smart boards are definitely a thing.
War
I don't want to
Machine,
buy
I
a
can
smart board.
stories that you would just sit there and be like, these people don't know what life is like. So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't. I actually didn't know about smartboards in school.
I didn't even have a waterproof
You
notebook.
absolute uncultured swine.
It was
I am.
raining. My homework was destroyed.
It's almost as if the number one determining factor is actually money.
zip code.
Yeah. It's about the wealth. You can be gender non-conforming and live a perfectly amazing life if you're wealthy. Same as if you're black. Same as
Also,
if
good teeth.
you know. Yeah. It's the
Good
money.
teeth doesn't get nearly the attention.
Yeah. The end of the day, good to know, Karina. Yeah, at the end of the day, the thing that decides the true decision as to whether you'll live a great life or not, it's money. It's resource access.
I remember
Not
sitting down.
capitalism.
I remember sitting down with an ultra rich guy who was telling the story about how his daughter wanted to ride horses, so he bought the horse farm.
Yep.
He didn't buy the horse.
Yeah.
He bought the farm with all the horses on it.
I knew a gay couple. Jesus fuck. They invited us to a house cooling party. No, you'll understand. I was taken there by the guy I was dating at the time, who was an attorney and one of the most oblivious human beings I've ever met, which is saying something. But we show up and there is not a drop of furniture in the entire house. And I'm looking around this. It's a 5-bedroom, 3-story house out in the middle of fucking wherever, with a gigantic goddamn pool out in the back, and there's no furniture. I'm like, what the hell is going on? He and his boyfriend had been together for 15 years, and the wife finally found out about it. And so what I was looking at was the aftermath of the divorce.
Ah.
And so he was going to have to buy all of the furniture back which he and his boyfriend were going to do the next week. So they wanted us to all see what the house looked like empty. And I'm like, you motherfucker have never suffered a day in your life.
No.
This is bullshit.
I wish I had stuff for
You
free.
have never had to have ramen for dinner. Like, stop it.
I mean, they've heard of ramen. I think they think it's what other people do in some other country. That's, yeah.
I mean, I've never had to have ramen for dinner.
See,
You've never had to have Chef Boyardee. My bad. Is that better?
No, neither of those. Like, that's not a thing I've ever experienced.
There was a year where I rationed my ramen packets.
I've never had to go hungry. That's not a
Yeah,
discipline.
I didn't go hungry.
See,
My
I
mother
had-
did for a while.
Wake up.
I've
Wake up,
gone
wake up.
hungry. I've had plenty of different times in my life where I've gone hungry.
Yeah.
To be fair, like, you had a nice big period where you ate real fucking well there. You don't get to 500 straight muscle without a good diet.
You may have, Sue, what Kat is saying is you may have eaten enough for 3 lifetimes.
You may have balanced that scale out a bit.
So you had
Oddly, by the time it was over with, he had no neighbors, but
it happens. What are you gonna do?
yeah,
They were complaining.
sacrifice.
You know, he had gains though. He had gains.
I have to think for a portion of that came from criminal activity. In the sheer factor that when you're standing around guys that are like, 6'9" and built like brick shit houses, you either get
Boss?
big or you become something that you don't want.
Seller, that response in chat was for you. That was me responding to you. The coolest programming language is assembly.
Nice.
You come to me and tell me you wrote something, you wrote a piece of software in assembly, you have my attention immediately.
Wasn't Roller Coaster Tycoon written in assembly?
Yes, it was.
That's what I
I've
thought.
written in assembly.
That's what I wrote all of my encryption algorithms in. My GUI was coded in Object Pascal, and my the actual functions for encryption were written in assembly. Yeah,
My
it's,
brain is slowly melting because I have no idea what you guys are talking about.
I wrote in Spark assembler.
oh, nice.
I mean, okay, to be fair, Kai, I can kind of see it.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, I mean, maybe. If you didn't know some of the behind the scenes stuff for me, yeah, first glance, maybe I could see it. I get it. But yeah, this isn't the house that you'd want to try and take.
Yeah, this is not the place where you should be lobbying those sorts of comments.
Yeah. It probably wouldn't go too well.
No.
Let's see. I know. Is assembly hard to learn? How hard is assembly to learn? I know. Vague question. Not easy. Not easy. It's not. It isn't like a 4th generation or high level programming language. It's pretty low level. So the abstractions between the actual language of the programming language and the code that it represents at the machine code level, they're not terribly far apart. Granted, you're not like coding in raw binary or anything like that, but it is most assuredly not as straightforward as a lot of the later generation and higher level programming languages. So yeah, the level of abstraction is lower, and so it makes it more difficult to learn. Also, it makes it more difficult to not only learn, but implement the code. It is very much, a lot of modern programming languages are just sort of like learning how to make English do something else. Learning assembly is like learning a different language. There's stuff that it's not going to make sense to your brain necessarily. You're going to have to learn how to converse in it. And so, yeah, assembly is like learning another language. Yeah. as opposed to a lot of the scripting and higher level languages we have now, which, like I said, is just sort of trying to make English do other things for you. If X does not equal Y, then do for loop equals I, for loop I equals, you know, that sort of thing. Like it makes sense from a native language speaker. Boss. Oh yeah. That's fine.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
God, you're dumb as sticks.
I mean, was there ever any doubt?
I'm gonna just for my
Just
own
let it hang there.
for my own
I mean, that's-
sanity. I have to believe that they're just trolling because
See, that's your optimism shining through.
I just
right there.
it's not even optimism. It's sort of like a last attempt at like knotting the rope so I can
And
hang.
you say you don't pray.
Yeah. Like I'm hoping
wanna start.
non-binary. I'm hoping like sweetheart, peanut, boo boo.
Who comes? Little nanny beef.
Honey bunches of oats.
Hello.
Bunches of-
Hey, Soriel.
I was talking to a dude in chat, Tyson, and you dragged me in here. So to the dude that are when you say, hey, some people just tie knots, whatever. I'm like, there are some people that troll and just tie knots, and then there's the special snowflakes that tie actual bows.
Angie.
I'm
Yeah.
with you, Angie.
I mean, age 4, mom put me in front of a mainframe terminal of a hospital, of an hospital enterprise network, right? Like, I had enterprise experience from the word go. I was never short for computing power or processing power. So yeah, that was, man, I'm just still reading it.
It's there.
It's
There's
ju-
nothing you can do about that.
It
That's just there.
got said. Somebody typed that shit and thought they were
Yep.
like, fucking send, burned, bitch.
What is it the children say these days? That's cringe, bro.
What
Yeah, that's pretty cringe, bro.
did I miss?
It's very cringe.
What did I miss while taking a piss?
Oh, Exciter.
Oh, you don't want to know.
The person who attempted to say that like I would be the first person to die in video game, that sort of thing, when talking about assembly, comes back with I think what they think is a burn.
Sure.
You work on an assembly line putting caps on bottles, and you're telling me it's a different language. And I'm still, it still hurts me deep down in my little IT heart, like it's still like partially cracked.
Can I just say real quick?
Honey, that long of a delay for it was just a joke. It wasn't just a joke.
Yeah, don't. Like, dude,
So-
you just gotta fucking like. Now we have to like look at you as like the guy who thinks that like dumb, strong people survive in
See,
apocalypses.
Yeah,
You
I
just
know.
gotta-
All I have to say is real simply, okay? Somebody once told you.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say something as well, by the way. So if you wanted to, this is some advice someone that's dabbled in different programming languages to do to his trolling. If you really wanted to burn Kai and didn't want to half-ass it, what you would say is, "Oh, you had experience in hospital infrastructure from the go. I didn't know you learned all of your experience from a shitty half-assed version of Java. That's a burn."
Not only non-binary. Not only is that assembly. That's Thristor switched capacitor assembly, which is a specific type of it's a Thristor switch capacitors are it's a type of reactive power circuit within electrical circuits. It's a whole other level of fucking assembly. code that you just sent me. But yeah, that is assembly. That's an example. And what you see off to the side is commenting. So where you see like get status and stuff like that, receive not ready, that's not what the actual code is. So yeah, but that's an example of some assembly code for sure. Yeah.
And the Slithy Toes did Guile and Gimber and the Wabe. See, I can make up words too.
Back when tabs versus spaces actually mattered.
That works, Joe.
Just total nonsense.
That works. Thank you, Joe.
All right, well, the only reason I popped in here to begin with, and I told you it wouldn't make you any happier as a human being, which, by the way, I wasn't in any way trying to imply, I don't know, I hope the wires didn't get crossed. I wasn't trying to imply that you were making any value judgments. It's just that as soon as you start talking about fat, immediately people start making value assumptions.
But
based
other
on it.
people were, and you were accurate in that analysis that a bunch of like immediately two people started talking about the fat phobia shit. Like immediately,
and
two people went down that road. And it's like how do we talk about a supposed medical issue like this? Bye, Reed. Without, I mean, how do we do it? Like,
frankly, you don't. Well, and that's what I was saying. I can tell you where it's a racism thing comes from because I've had this like brought up in my classes when I'll talk about ways to determine obesity culturally, because immediately we have to talk about the body mass index, which is a shitty metric. Nobody denies that it's a shitty metric. It's based on 50 white guys in France 120 years ago. It's a nonsense number. But anyway, so here's the connection. Here's how it plays out, and you'll love this. If BMI is what some doctors use to determine obesity, and the BMI ultimately came from some racist underpinnings, therefore all definitions of obesity are racist.
Too bad.
So
too bad nobody uses raw BMI anymore, and they all use the new modified BMI from Oxford.
Well, I didn't say you'd be any happier.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the immediate comeback is like, yes, the BMI is a flawed system, but nobody actually uses the original BMI anymore, unless you visited a doctor in like 1982.
You know you're arguing with someone on Twitter, right?
Oh, well, I mean, at this point, I'm just having a hypothetical fantasy conversation with some random straw man who's going to scream fat phobia or some other shit as soon as you bring up the fact that obesity is unhealthy and is an epidemic in America.
You need a 300-pound co-host.
I mean, Kat, how much do you weigh again?
I'll pack on the extra 50.
Okay, thank you. I was gonna say, Kat's gonna throw the extra 50 on and take one for the team. There we go.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean that'll do it, but you still got to have pictures. Right now, it's just a cat.
It's
cat girl.
Fritus, of course, it's the French. It's always the French.
Figure it out.
Fritus, honey, did you not know this?
See, personally, I just
in the wings.
Yeah, I see.
Personally, this is I still stand by my previous assertion that like left Twitter is the best argument against like leftist principles and like just anarchism in general.
It really kind of is. All right.
That's implying there's a rightist Twitter. It all got fucking decimated.
Well,
no, it exists. Trust me.
It's still there.
Yeah.
Just,
I know. I'm joking.
Very neutered.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not even neutered. It's just left Twitch doesn't. Left Twitch has leftist spaces online have no overlap with the right ones except in the tanky spheres. Like the tanky spheres, they fucking talk to Nazballs and fascists all the time because they get along with them and they agree with them, quite frankly. But
which is odd because I've met very few conservative chuds that like are willing or actually understand like that most of the other leftists shit on MLs, which is odd.
Well, I mean, but this is where, I mean, the left and right don't overlap very much. And so, except in those, like, lib left, lib right don't interact very much. Auth left, auth right interact all the time.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because they yell at each other.
Yeah. So that's sort of, there's a disconnect in understanding. All right. So apparently I have something to do here. I don't know what. Feel free to hang out, but give me a minute. So
Wait, has Doot Strawman Flute made it over?
Doot strawberry flute. So yeah, I apparently am having a conversation with Neko Girl to some extent or another. Oh please, Exciter. I've been on fucking Reddit for longer than I'm going to admit on air. Took me a minute to think about how I would have to look up one of my account's ages. I'd be like, I need to look that
There
one
is
up.
the correct answer to how long you've been on Reddit.
Yeah, I'd need to check, but it's longer than you.
Reddit's slogan is like really fucking stupid but funny at the same time. It's like, I've read it on Reddit. It's like
Actually,
Wow.
the slogan traditionally is the front page of the internet.
oh that yeah.
And
Motherfucker.
Exciter, no, I don't live on Reddit. I have a life, but
hate
all of the conservative spaces are hyper censorship, for sure. You cannot bring up anything that is contradictory within r/conservative or fucking, I mean, MAGA got fucking shit canned, but any of the conservative spaces, you say something out of line, you're insta-banned.
Yeah.
Like,
The only
that's,
subreddit that's good for that is the libertarian subreddit. They literally don't ban for anything except for like
illegal shit.
threats of violence and kiddie porn.
yeah. I know Neko is in voice, but you know, things move at the pace that they move at, and I have no idea what this is about. Parler literally deletes leftists and libs. Yeah, oh yeah. Like it's
Parlor.
right wing. So does Gab.
I can divide your room without making a single political
Please.
statement.
Your black
I
pill
discovered
is
this trick.
worthless to me. Continue.
This is a new thing. We didn't expect this.
Wait, do you
It
not know?
grew organically. It's partially Fortusa's fault, so you can at least blame him a little bit. But I have now found a way to divide all leftist spaces without uttering a single political statement.
Okay.
You son of a! Don't you dare!
Do it.
Raisins are delicious.
Oh, we already did this.
But the next one after that is white chocolate is not chocolate.
It's a byproduct of chocolate.
You're right.
It's a byproduct of chocolate.
Oh, here he fucking goes.
Yeah. So there you go.
Are we about to really
Oatmeal
argue
raisin
like
cookies
about the
are
finesse of like how we make chocolate and different types
And-
of chocolate? What are we, the really Wonka and Oompa Loompas?
I see you haven't spent much time around leftists.
We can argue about anything. It's not really hard.
And that's why I find it funny when like leftists take like issue with debate bros.
But
Like leftism is literally like the debate bro like ideology, like historically.
Pretty much.
I mean,
like, it always has been.
it's
Exciter probably thinks Democrats are left wing.
oh yeah, for sure. All right, let me do this. Give me a minute or two here. I don't know what I'm doing here, but I was asked.
Did you ever?
Neko, what's up? Give me a count to 5,
Hello.
please. Oh Jesus!
Oh,
All right, count to
Hello,
5,
everyone.
please.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Well, that
Like
was
that.
that was interesting trying to get a fucking read on that one. Watching the
good.
levels.
I think you're
Um,
trying to do a Fibonacci sequence.
Hey, be over.
Yes. I'm just gonna answer flat yes, Night Sister, because I'm tired of arguing about it.
Exciter, just shut the fuck up. You've already proven yourself a useless troll who can't even follow a conversation that's talking about IT, and you think just shut the fuck up.
I mean,
Anyway.
Exciter, if you want to break up the echo chamber, feel free to come in, baby.
Oh yeah, if you want to get on air, we'll arrange that here in a few minutes. But first, I have to address something else. Somebody who, well, I mean, yeah, Anyway,
Just don't say the N-word on our side and we're cool, alright?
You have
Neck.
to understand, Kai has a lot of edgelords on his plate.
Oh, I really do. So Neko, what did you want to discuss?
Well, I mean,
Nope.
I'm really upset right now. First of all, I'm a trans person. I'm a trans woman, and I'm really upset by a lot of these anti-trans legislations that are going around right now. And actually, what happened this morning is I was up all night last night on someone's night stream, and this morning we raided into somebody, and they kind of misrepresented the bill, but they misrepresented it as like Texas had passed this bill, but what had happened is it had gotten out of committee, so it's really just getting started. But it's like, what it is it's going to take trans kids away from their parents.
I
And
remember reading about that. It's fine.
so when I heard that shit, I kind of heard it in the context of like, this is something that had passed, and this is something they're gonna do, and I was just, it really set me off, and I felt like, and I ended up over at Momo, of course, his stream, and we looked into it a little bit, and they kind of sorted it out that it hadn't been passed yet, but it's still kind of,
Yeah, no, it just had its first hearing yesterday.
Yeah, it's pending
Yeah.
vote.
And I mean, these bills are genocide, full stop. I mean, just even the denying healthcare thing, that the statistics tell us that 40% of those kids are going to die, and I don't need the statistics to tell me, what I've been through as a trans person, that denying that kind of healthcare is, a lot of those kids are going to kill themselves, and the ones that do survive going through that are not going, a lot of them are not going to be able to be the same after that. So yeah, I'm fucking pissed off right now, and my idea right now is I'm going to organize some protests in my area because I'm connected with activists in my area. I've been involved in doing rallies and stuff like that before. We did like a homeless camp protest where we kind of we set up like a camp and wouldn't leave, and so we did that once. And so I'm kind of connected in the community. I can organize that stuff locally, but what I want to do is I want to do this locally, and then I want to network with other activists in other areas of the country and do these like solidarity protests, because I feel like this legislation is very dangerous, but we've all like part of what I'm coming here on is like, it's not just like half of what I want is I could use some advice on how to network or any how to make something like that happen, but also part of it is like a messaging issue, because I feel like part of what is so concerning about this is it's not just that they've created this separate reality, and they're taking kids away from their parents to do something fucking horrible to them.
Let me head you off at the pass. Let me give you a little help, if I may.
Yeah.
Don't even bring up the trans thing. You want to know? You really want to know how to run the messaging on this one? You don't need to talk to the pro-trans and like LGBT community, right? They're already in your back pocket, right? You go to the LGBTQ Kids Center, or Teen Center, or Resource Center, Community Center for LGBT in your area. They're going to be on board with you immediately. They're not the ones you have to convince. The ones you have to convince are the ones that are going to support this in the name of like anti-trans rights and that sort of thing, right? The way you attack this is that this is more large government overreach into how people raise their children. This you target the homeschool Christian crowd. They may disagree with you on this particular thing, but if you craft the message correctly and you talk about how this is more government oversight into how you raise your children, and more how it's just big government restricting the liberties and freedoms of the people as they see fit. And while today maybe it's trans kids, tomorrow it could be Christian kids, because we don't see the Bible fit for consumption under 18, and they'll be coming for your kids next.
That's what they did when our lobbyist, because we have an LGBTQ lobbyist in my state, specifically, he works out of the same center that I do. But when they were trying to, because this legislation is actually based on test legislation that they tried to pass through in my state several times, and they kept trying to tweak it. And what you really want to focus on is the hormone treatments, because when it was brought up for a hearing, what he did, because you have a certain amount of time where witnesses are brought in front of the congressional panel in order to debate the issue. And what he did was absolutely fill the room with Catholics, because they were trying to get pregnant. And so they get put on hormones in order to achieve that. And sometimes their kids have to be put on hormones in order to maintain puberty. So literally the entire room, this was supposed to be anti-LGBT, the entire room was full of fundamentalist straight people who were saying this bill is destroying our ability to make a family.
You're the group that you're thinking about targeting is already on board. Like Rabbit and I are both pointing out, you need to target what you would normally see as your opposition, and so you need to craft your message in a way that gets them on board with you. And so you can get the religious fundamentalists in this regard. You can get the libertarians. You can get the small government Republicans. You just need to make the right argument towards them.
Right. No, and I understand the the government overreach argument. And just to play devil's advocate a little bit here, I mean, do you think that'll work? Like, I mean, because some of these people seem to have
Trump got elected. Remember that.
Some hypocrisy. But people seem to have some hypocrisy in this area, at least where I've seen, where it's like they say that they don't want government overreach, but it's like they really only want it when it's like
you just need to prove that this isn't the one that they want. Like Rabbit said, you just need to show them that yes, this may hurt trans kids, and we understand you want to hurt trans kids, but what it'll actually do is hurt God-fearing, upstanding, cis, hetero, Catholic children, or in that part of the world, Baptist children or Presbyterian children, right? Like, you need to convince them that while this may have some casualties within the trans community, the base of what's going to be affected by this is actually them.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, you want to get middle-class moms on your side in a quarter of a second. Hormone treatments are also birth control.
Okay.
You will have every soccer mom in the county pissed off as soon as they find out that what they're being restricted from is giving their kid birth control.
Can I? Essential oils anymore.
There you go. Solar oil. Yeah. What?
Yeah. So I'm gonna throw in two things. One was that I think to some extent it could even be made simpler when you're trying to convince the religious people that what the government doing here by trying to pass the bill is a bad thing, simply on the basis that I am fairly certain a lot of religious people care very deeply about like family values and stuff, so you can try and craft your counter argument to the bill and convince them in that sort of direction. The second quip I have is actually related to a logical fallacy I seem to have noticed, which is the state, or maybe several states, are trying to pass bills like this, but on the same rock, at the same time, they're trying to advocate for the conservatist value, at least I think it's conservatist, of protecting the innocence of children. It's just like, you can't have both of these at the same time. Like, what the f*** are you doing?
No, that's an interesting contradiction.
But pointing out contradictions to these people isn't the way to go.
Yeah, they don't care.
They don't care about logic.
Yeah,
They never
that's
have.
not a thing. You're
So it's part of the
concerning.
family.
Yeah, you're concerning yourself with a logical process that they don't concern themselves with. And if you want examples, just look at the last 50 years of American politics. One side argues logic, and then the other side is like, "Yeah, we didn't care in the first place. Like, who gives a shit? Yeah, I'm gonna say one thing and do another. We're hypocrites."
How many of these like religious right types, I mean, how many of these people do think that these kids should be taken away? I mean, that's kind of what
Most of them.
concerns me about this argument.
Most of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, but that's the thing, is you have to convince them that it's not just trans kids. And not only is it not just trans kids will make up the minority of those affected. That in fact what this is, you have to be willing. I've been arguing this point for a while now. The left, if they want to make progress, has to come to terms with playing a little more of a Machiavellian game than they are usually comfortable playing. And so what you have to do is a little bit of bad faith argumentation. You have to craft a narrative. And that narrative may not be in the strictest of senses true. But you're trying to save lives, right?
yeah.
So maybe it would behoove you to downplay the trans kids who will get killed or affected by this bill and play up all of those Bible-thumping, middle America families who think that there's already governmental overreach and child protective services is a problem and that Christians are a persecuted minority in this country and soon they'll be coming for your Bible too.
I mean, by the way, you can even play off of their fears of the whole trans identity issue, because one of the exemptions that the bill makes is for what is determined by the doctor to be an intersex fetus or child, meaning literally the bill is now giving the power to the doctor to determine the gender of the child.
Not just
Try saying that to a room full of
So say
Christian
that.
parents.
So it gives, because I'm taking notes, gives the power to the doctor
to
determine
not just gender but
the
sex.
gender.
The sex,
Yeah.
the sex of the child.
Which is legally important in this case. And so all you have to do is find an amicable doctor. All it takes is one doctor. And all of a sudden this whole thing is a nightmare scenario for them.
Yeah. From my perspective, that seems to be a good course of action, because a lot of the times with doctors and like patients and whatever, people tend to naturally gravitate towards the more amiable doctors, and then they become, well, family doctors and stuff like that, which would work great for this kind of stuff.
Yeah, you literally have to placate to their fears.
Yep.
It's the only thing that's ever worked.
By the way, that's
I mean,
exactly how the bill got
that's the-
defeated. That's exactly how the bill got defeated when they proposed it in my state. A room full of
that's their-
Catholics.
Right.
You need to
That's their
hijack this.
language, right? That's their language, right? The fear. I mean, that's how they
Yeah.
hear things.
Yeah, the satanic panic, the war on terror, fucking the
Yeah.
drug war. Like it's.
I'm
like,
surprised you remember the satanic panic.
Well, Cat's been around the channel long, and Cat doesn't
No, but
remember the Satanic Panic, but Rabbit and I both have talked about the Satanic Panic.
Well, I just have to say that the satanic panic really pisses me off because I'm sick of this fucking cancel culture bullshit, and that.
Well, I mean, okay, so
That's,
I remember the satanic panic
that's just-
clearly because either it was Dungeons and Dragons or rock and roll.
Or both.
and
Or
They're
both.
Just
trying
play
to
that
can-
record backward. It's fine.
They're trying to cancel Iron Maiden, or they were, anyways, right?
I know it's weird giving you like fucking homework, but if you haven't, I tell everybody who's trying to engage in this sort of thing, go read Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. And it will get you, one, it'll give you a few tools in your tool belt, but two, it'll teach you a way of thinking that
Rules for
Rules
Radicals
for Radicals by Saul Alinsky, Alinsky.
And I think that was one of the things in that resources you sent me when I first came on, right?
Yeah, probably. It will teach you a way of thinking about turning things on themselves rather than trying to attack it from outside. If you can get the machine to eat itself, then that's less work for you to do. Right? So there's a bunch of conservative Christians driving this legislation and sort of creating the groundswell for this to be possible. So if you can dismantle some of their support, that is more effective than mounting external support that you already have. You already have the LGBT community. What you need to do is sweep their leg.
Right. Yeah, no.
So
I mean, that sounds like good advice to me.
So
it's also
so
about,
I mean, yeah.
It's also about prioritization. If what you're trying to do is center yourself in the discussion, you'll never get anywhere. Because as soon as you start arguing for your own humanity, they already don't believe you. What you have to do is center them. As soon as you start making it about them, and they have to go on the defensive, then they're going to get pissed off at everybody.
Aww.
Which is roughly what happened here. The person who had proposed the original bill in my state was Catholic. So when there's a room full of Catholics saying, this bitch is going to destroy our families, she got pulled into a room after the meeting was over with and told, you're going to drop this now. Because it made them look bad.
And Kaiser, I don't know if you're here in chat or not, but that all was for you. And for those that are on shared content, that was the all. We finally got to see not just some like random back head side shot. Now we get to see them together. Yeah, we got our boys.
Hey, okay.
Yeah, we'll
check that out.
Wait, that's Kaiser?
Kaiser would be the not redhead.
Not redhead. Nice.
The love interest would be the redhead.
He's got good taste.
Where is this at?
Shared
The power
content.
of geek combined.
Yeah.
City's an off communist.
So do you guys have any other input or criticism? You know, I mean, part of all this stuff is wait, am I interrupting something?
No.
I don't.
You're fine.
No, part of this is like, I mean, I've just kind of been going around talking to people and like, because part of it is I'm also trying to get like reinforcement because it is just such a big idea and there's so much like insecurity around it, and like anytime you try to do something like this, it's like your mind is telling you that it won't work. So any input like about how to organize best, or any, you know, just shit that like maybe some of you have done organizing that you ran into like a problem or something that
I mean,
you might like not run into now. Any input is appreciated.
Yeah.
Is there a queer center near where you are?
Is there what?
Queer center.
Is there a queer center, like meeting
center?
area, support center?
No, I'm involved in the, you know, the identity community here, and I actually was a facilitator for the transgender group there at one point temporarily. So I mean, I know people in the community, and I can kind of like make stuff happen in my area.
Well, the reason I ask is there's usually going to be someone who is more politically connected.
Mm-hmm.
Like we have a specific lobbyist. Even though we have a lot of enemies at the Capitol, this is someone who has long-term, several years direct relationships with the representatives, with their staff. So even if you're not going to get anywhere with the rep, you can still get someone with the secretary, that kind of thing. So if you can find someone who's already working in the building, rather than trying to build all of those relationships from scratch, it's going to do you a lot better to cut several steps out of the process.
Oh, this is going to be so much fun. I can't wait for this. I'm gonna do it. Like if they prove not to be a coward, oh yeah, we're gonna do this. It's a fucking nice. Let's lean. You know, I'm gonna lean into it. I wanna talk to this person.
So the one
I'm
Yes, we all know which one.
Bow out.
Oh yeah, no, by all means. Anybody who doesn't want to have to schlep through that shit fuckery, by all means, you free to bow out as you so choose. But that's not happening at this moment. But I am looking forward to it.
There you go.
I'm pretty sure I didn't see that thing before, like the bot reply, but the last sentence of it is great. It's just like, look, we can't return to monkey purely. We have to actually get insolent so people can fuck themselves.
Hey, Night Sister, gonna sit around talking about all this bullshit.
2,
why
3,
don't you get your ass in
4,
chat?
5, 6. Was counting to 6 that difficult? You have 10 people sitting in the Discord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit. Am I missing some?
There's 7 in here right now. If
I
you
think
include
Swede and I
yourself.
can both attest that this is clearly a statistician, and they've gone with a rounding error.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's fine.
Fair enough. Like,
10 people.
Jesus.
I mean, technically, he probably has like over 180 people in the Discord, but we don't talk about that.
I will do Exciter. I will do this one-on-one. I usually do, quite frankly.
That's true.
You will prove. You will prove yourself to be yourself. I'm assured of that.
And entertaining for the rest of us.
Hey, Anita. Hey there.
I'm gonna start the poll. This is the $1 million question.
Ah, yes.
Yeah.
Raisins?
No. I just want to get like chat's like feeling on this.
This will be fun. Neko. Other than that, watch your OPSEC. It's something that, look, it may not matter on this particular topic. It may not matter, but it's a good habit to get into, is to watch your operational security. Because I got to tell you, it's pretty easy to derail activist movements, especially when they're grassroots and just starting. Really easy to derail, really easy to co-opt. And so keep an eye on your OPSEC. There's, like, as far as electronic security goes, you can consult my cheat sheet on my website. That can help you in that regards. cs.kaisthings.com, if you don't know where that is. But other than that, the initial forming of the, like, keep your plans. Will he? I don't know. Probably. Let's see. Is Exciter just gonna scream the N-word on air?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good poll question.
I know.
Seems like a trump card.
I don't think they're gonna scream the N-word. I just think I don't know. I don't know.
Keep in mind there's no time frame on that.
He's gonna. Here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna recite like his Ben Shapiro like debate points and go like back and forth. And when he realizes that you're like not running on the same dialogue tree as like some random college kids, he'll just scream the N-word and get frustrated.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not seeing a time frame in here. That's what leans me in the direction.
Let's just say, take an argument that the sea level does rise.
Let's just say hypothetically, this guy just wanted to kill himself, and that's why he.
Does anybody want to place some bets on the N-word thing? Because I'm willing to take the nay and maybe take the loss, but also like.
Oh well, we could
might take the pool.
We could do the proposition thing. We'll see. We can do the proposition once it starts happening.
You know what I think the funny thing is in general is I know by enough experience that if he actually throws out the hard R in here, Kai isn't even gonna be mad. He's gonna let out a deflated sigh, like, God damn it, why?
Yeah, that's pretty much where we're at. Like, it's just gonna be. It's not even. It's not like we've experienced that so much that it's just like we're just desensitized to it. It's just like fuck.
Well, it's very much a matter of that. That's the dad response. I'm not angry. I'm just disappointed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
all right.
pretty much.
All right, so what we're gonna do, let me grab one here. We'll do 30 minutes, one use, temporary, of course, because I'm not a fucking idiot. Where is this person?
All right, well, I'm gonna bounce because you've got enough voices in here already.
All right,
Looks
Exciter.
like we got 15 on yes.
I sent you a Discord link, and so. Yeah. We'll see. Rabbit, thanks for stopping by. We'll see how this pans out. If they actually jump into Discord or not, we will wait and see. I have my doubts. Because as I said, you know, it's not my first rodeo. Usually about approximately 98% of these people who talk a big game don't actually join Discord. They don't actually get on the voice line. And the few that do, about 75% are creepy more than anything else. Deep breathers into the microphone, obsession with sexual fetishes that have nothing to do with them. It's...
Four channel nerds with like a couple extra scrotum hairs growing out of their beard.
Hey, Radavander.
So,
Persona B, and they just play other people's stuff and then eat loudly into the microphone.
Oh yeah, the people that go.
It's occurred that the only person you're going to be having this conversation with is Kai. The rest of us are just going to sit back and listen and laugh.
Yeah. Oh, shit. It'll just be you and I. I don't...
Yeah. I'm so ready for this.
I am too. I am ready to mute myself and or leave the chat.
All right. Here we go.
Okay, so...
Yes, I'm going to ask all of you, if you don't want to leave... then just merely mute yourself and refrain for the time being.
Yes, and actually mute yourself.
Yeah. So
don't pull that shit where you just butt in eventually, all right?
Yeah. So all right. So give me a count to 5 first, please, so I can get your audio level set correctly.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Now you want to use your normal voice?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay. What would you like to discuss?
I don't know, whatever you'd like to discuss. It seems I'm weird and creepy, so here I am. What would you like to discuss?
Yes, I know, right? Well, let's see. Let me pull your, Yeah, I know, right? Everybody's cringing at the voice change stuff. Let me pull the chat log history here.
What do you mean? Let me show you my clip. You're a hot Redditor.
Really?
Please fuck me.
Oh.
You're so hot. I love IT boys. Yeah?
Oh, I know, Cupcake, it is boring, but also,
Fuck me with your microchips?
my boyfriend would probably not be down.
Break up with him for me?
See, that's the thing, is usually I require you to, I don't know, have a life, have a job, have a dick.
I don't need that if I have someone who streams and who does IT. You can take care of me.
You may not need it, but I do. So
No, I need it, trust
unfortunately, so here's what's going to happen if you have no actual content. What's about to happen is you're going to be removed from the Twitch chat as well as the Discord server.
No, I couldn't live without having access to your Discord.
So we're just going to ban you. And we're going to ban you.
Well, that was
That was worth. I don't give a fuck what anyone thinks.
Wait. It used a voice changer, plus it was trying to get into bed with you?
Mm-hmm.
I respect it. I respect the fuck out of it. That was fucking
So for those of you that had the N-word down, sorry.
Yeah, I lost. I would have lost that bet. You know, props to him for not just going to the N-word.
See, I would have taken the pot there, but, you know, nobody was down for the bet, so.
I actually walked away. It was so cringe.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the level of political discourse that I usually expect from people who espouse those types of opinions in chat. When actually confronted with engaging in the dialectic, with using rhetorical device, all they have to fall back on is early teen male cringe humor.
Well, I'd like to add that in the midst of like bringing that person in to see if they had any genuine content, guy, your viewership went up by 10 people.
Yeah, well, it happens.
Every time they're all fucking savage. They'll fucking sit there and chat and like pretend that they don't actually give a fuck about like the drama or the fucking bros every fucking time, without fail. When there's an argument, that viewer count goes up. Not even close. Every time.
Anita, well, feel free to engage. Cave of Jesus Christ. Cave is, I mean, Jesus Christ. Cave, you really need to write a book or something. You need to,
Anita, what political philosophy talk would you like to have?
you need to put it in a book, Cave, for sure.
One.
Yeah, Cave, if you're gonna horny post, at least make it good. Angie won the bet. Fucking yeah. So
By the way, when I was talking, somebody gifted me a sub, and so whoever did that, thank you very much.
That was Lord Amorous.
Oh, thank you. Thanks, Lord Amorous.
And
they're good people.
Amorous, thank you as well.
As for the person that was in VC that we tried to get for content, you deserve the fucking horny bat.
Yes.
Go to jail.
Go to horny jail.
Hey, the IRS sent me money.
I am not mad at it either, Squid.
I'm not mad. I really am just I'm like Rabbit predicted. I'm just disappointed.
For me, it's just like
Actually,
Once again.
Hold on a second. If y'all don't mind.
Thank you, Sen.
Anita, why don't you come into voice chat and have this conversation?
Yeah, might as well.
Might as well. I mean, you couldn't do any far worse than the one we just had in here. So
yeah, please.
I mean, it's entirely possible to do worse. But Anita probably isn't going to. That's all. But I mean,
have PTSD with the phrase. It's entirely possible. Ever since like Joe Rogan just made it a meme.
Is it?
Rogan versus Joe Rogan.
Made what a meme?
Yeah.
The phrase "it's entirely possible." Listen to a Joe Rogan podcast and take a.
You know, I'd rather not. I'd rather not, to be honest with you.
Okay, hear me out.
I did that once, and I was like, you know what? Yeah. Hear me out, right?
There are some days where I feel like Joe Rogan is OAN shoved into the body of a soy boy 320-pound man.
I'm surprised he hasn't had Rave Dubin back on.
Oh man, what the fuck is Dave Rubin up to these days? Actually,
explaining why he's a right winger now when he always was.
Okay. You know, fuck it. I respect. Make it look a little more.
Yeah, Anita is a partner streamer, so this could be interesting.
Wait, are they? I had no clue.
Yeah, they are. They have the check mark beside their name.
Oh, is that what that is? Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's
a lot of these like.
It's the verified badge.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a lot of these like right wing grifters, like, I just like when I kind of started getting back into like the whole, internet thing, because I didn't have a computer for like a while. I was homeless, and so I kind of tried to avoid them because like the hate speech and the shit they say is painfully stupid. But I actually saw like Dave Rubin talk for the first time a month or two ago, and it was just like wow, this like I didn't think it would be this bad, but it was like, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just very like it's almost like it's really surreal just how unlikable some of these people just naturally are.
I mean, I feel like the last one did it to be annoying, but yeah.
Catch you later, Squid. Enjoy your dinner.
Yeah.
See you, Squid.
Oh yeah.
It makes you feel like the picture that I posted on shared content.
Okay, you also got to DM fucking Anita.
I already did it.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure.
honestly kind of surprised that they did that. I thought they were gonna bring up like the 13% argument. I thought they were gonna say something really stupid.
No,
See, that's the thing is, I was just amused. See, as a fellow person who objectifies Kai, I can respect it. You know, like it just
objectify.
I'm on record. I'm okay with it. It doesn't bother me in the least.
I think that was one of the most hilarious moments that I've seen so far on this show.
It's nice to know that Kai is just a Chad Redditor now. You know, he is the alpha Redditor.
I mean, for as long as I've been around that fucking community. I'm surprised I'm surprised I haven't fallen ass backwards into a power mod situation, but I managed to I managed to avoid that.
Be honest, you were on Reddit before there were subreddits.
I can honestly say I never knew Aaron personally. That I yes, oh yeah. That I can verify directly.
Oh, okay. Here we go.
There.
Give me.
What up?
All right. We shut up. Anita, can you count to 5, please, for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Thank you. Everybody always starts off louder, and then decreases their volumes. I have to do a weird slide for it.
What do you do for me?
Reed. Reed. I just randomly pick a number and see if it'll work.
Oh, yeah. I can gain, turn the volume up and down on my mic most of the time.
And Anita, unlike the last person we had in here, your voice actually sounds crystal clear. It doesn't sound like a leaf shaking in the wind because you had a 20-cent voice synthesizer made in the middle of a Shenzhen fucking warehouse.
Yeah, wow. I've been here once before because I've been to this stream once before because I think it was Rosa and Vivo rated you.
Well, I mean, it could be. Rosa rates me from time to time, yes.
Yeah. Anyway, I was just curious about some of your thoughts on anarcho-communism and what you disagree with that on, because you said that you just
it's a means, not an end.
Say what?
It's a means, not an end disagreement.
Okay.
Yeah, it's depending on. Also, it's a balancing issue. Because it depends, let's use an analogy for ease of discussion. You're taking from 2 different plates and you're putting on your plate, right? You're like, oh, little anarchism, little communism, and you're building a meal for yourself. My point of contention often arises in 2 places. 1, how you build that meal, and 2, the proportions in which you pull to build that meal. And the proportions often reflect the means by which the person is willing to traverse to get to that end goal. So I, as an anarchist primary, have several points of contention with Marxists, Leninists, Maoists, Stalinists, and just generic communists as to how they are going to go about to achieve their end goals. Their means I often take exception with. And so depending on the ANCOM themselves, and again, I'm an anarchist, let's talk about individual autonomy here. It's not about the group, it's about the people that make the group. And so it depends on those individuals. But without applying any specific numbers, there is a propensity within especially leftist online spaces, not so much in actual leftist real-world spaces, though it's been a minute since I've had interactions with the on-the-ground communists, as it were, or the MLs, as it were. My people are the anarchists after all. But there is a propensity towards leaning and adopting and utilizing forms of authoritarianism and hierarchy in the name of justice and the proletariat, but meanwhile not understanding the philosophical and theoretical implications of what it means to co-opt a hierarchy and how that doesn't play out well for those involved in that hierarchy unless you are in the vanguard class to start with. And so there's these sort of post-left analyses concerns that I as an anarchist have oftentimes when engaging with ANCOMs. End goal, we mostly overlap. Interesting.
I mean, he used it right, so.
I mean, it's your call. It's somebody else's call. I'm not going to make that call.
I'm making that call.
You're making that call? All right.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It seems like proper syntax to me, all right?
All right. We were having, there's, you know.
There it is. God.
No, that's what the, yeah.
Right. That's how you would use.
Yeah, I was hands off on that one. Oh no, Cat permitted it. Okay, so does that, without going into like individual specifics, because again, we would have to be discussing like the individual as it were, but this really does go back to the First International and the difference between the differences that are elucidated by Bakunin and Marx and the cat fight that ensued thereof. Just mean girl high school bullshit. But it really does kind of go back to the First International, as it were, between anarchists and communists. And while we may espouse similar end state goals, oftentimes, or not even oftentimes, the route by which we are proposing to get there varies drastically. Communist versus anarchist. And so when you do that overlay of ANCOM, it comes down to me as an anarchist to step back and do sort of use the anarchistic lens of analysis, as it were, and say, okay, how much anarchism, how much communism, and whose means of communism, whose philosophy of communism, like what methodologies are you choosing to implement? Is there going to be a substitutionalist hierarchy with professionalism or segmentation contained within that leads to an ossification of ideologies and a subversion of the cause for the people, the cause working for the people rather than, or the people working for the cause rather than the cause working for the people, as oftentimes happens within leftist spaces. Happens in right-wing spaces too, but we're talking about cleaning our own house, so we'll leave them for another day, right? So that is sort of the summation of what I would say is why I'm hesitant around ANCOMs. It's, you know, it's no blanket thing. It really is an individual thing, but I, as an anarchist, have to hold on to some of those ideological analyses and do those sort of piecemeal, you know, bit work sort of situation.
Okay. So a question that I have for you is, so you said that anarchists are your people, right? That's what you just said. So,
yeah.
So
Sorry,
do you consider ANCOMs to be anarchists?
Sometimes yes, sometimes no. Again, it is somebody who believes in individual autonomy and, you know, individuals comprising the group, right? Like I'm much less, you know, like Kat is a Stirnerist, is an egoist. I'm not that, though I do have the healthy dose of anarchist understanding that it arises from individual autonomy, but for the purposes and good of the group, right? So there's no way for me to analyze, you know, without a specific group or a set of individuals to look at. There are some ANCOMs that I'd happily be like, yeah, no, get in there and fucking do it up. And then there are some that identify as ANCOMs that I would say you maybe need to revisit whether you're an anarchist or not.
Okay. And see, and that's I feel like I fall somewhere, like I'm not sure if I'm like an anarcho-socialist or anarcho-communist or something. I'm trying to figure this all out for myself, and so and you seem very well read, and you really know what you're talking about when it comes to anarchy. So let's look at other branches of anarchy. So like, what about anarcho-capitalists?
They don't exist. They don't exist.
Some people do think that they exist.
I will do the rundown. One, it's far from me. Like, it's not even me on this. Like, there are other political scientists who think it's a misnomer, right? Like I'm standing on the shoulders of giants on this one. But here's the fundamental. Anarchism is about a collapsing down of unjust hierarchies, right? It's about this philosophical challenging of unjust power and authority mechanisms in society. Capitalism is inherently hierarchical. It is inherently coercive. It is inherently exploitative and inherently oppressive. It is literally antithetical to the anarchist ideology or philosophy, as it were. Let's avoid ideology. It's literally antithetical. So how do you have a hierarchical hierarchy and a just coercive authority? It's like that. They are literally. It's literally a misnomer, and it's a bad faith, inorganic attempt at providing political cover for somebody who doesn't want to own the shit position that they actually occupy.
I agree with you. I agree with
around
that.
these parts.
I've mentioned before that I'm trying to discover, and I may not ever find a label that really fits what I believe, because part of me just thinks that my political beliefs are always ever evolving, and so it's hard for me to really find a label that I can identify with.
And that's labels are reductive and constraining, and they should only be used for the purposes of furthering the conversation, not restricting the conversation.
Sure.
And so, I will finish. By the way, around these parts, we just call them neo-feudalists. That's what ANCAPs are. They're neo-feudalists. Yeah. They want to return to the lord of the manor owning the land and us fucking working it for him. They just want they want Bezos and Musk to be their lord and their lord of the manor rather than Joe Biden to be it. That's all. They just want to swap out the hierarchies for all intents and purposes. And so yeah, we call them out for their bullshit.
As a side note, so I'm just going to mention so that you know where it is I'm at. I used to be, I cannot emphasize this enough, I used to be a Democrat, but I do not like the Democrats at all. I proudly voted third party. I voted for Howie Hawkins. I'm not sorry about it.
Look, I'm not going to chastise you for it. You've heard it before. You know the electoral math and the political calculus that people are going to beat you over the head with. We don't need to go down that fucking route. That route.
So I'm just letting you know where it is that I'm at. Because I'm not sure how these conversations normally come, because I've only been here once before. And I wanted to really understand you more before.
I run a very big tent. My form of praxis is 1, I want the conversation to happen. 2, I want more anarchists. And for that to happen, I have to not purity test. I have to be approachable. I have to be amicable. I have to be, you have to be able to reach me. And so as far as I'm concerned, I don't really care where you came from, like what your political past was. It's helpful to inform us, sort of context and character, sort of thing. But legitimately, we're all on a journey. You won't be in the same place tomorrow that you were today. So as far as I'm concerned, that's super, super useful information. But yeah, I am here to make sure that when people think anarchist, they don't necessarily think black bloc, balaclava, Starbucks window, right? Like I'm purposefully trying to purge that image from the Seattle protests back in the late 90s from their mind, because that is the image that I know generations have of anarchists.
Okay, that's so interesting. Okay, that you brought that up. Okay, that's so interesting that you brought this up. Okay, because I actually was covering the Portland protests, and I was really involved in that. And now they're really anti-streamer now. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So.
I like watching some of those streams, but honestly, as somebody who's run OPSEC at a decent level before, the invention of the streamer culture in protests terrifies me. It's not something. If I were organizing a protest, if I were like down there on the ground doing like brass tacks activism and organizing these days, I would be screaming at everybody repeatedly, no streaming, no fucking cell phones, do not bring your electronic shit in this place. Like,
so you're anti-streamers for being on the ground.
It's a hit and miss situation. The streamer needs to understand OPSEC more than probably everybody in the fucking place, quite frankly.
Actually, yeah, and that was something that I think that when people were first down there, they didn't, myself included, they didn't realize how important that was. But then we later evolved our tactics.
That was very bad work. Just live streaming every... Dude, if I were a cop, I'd be sitting there fucking just watching you. I'd be right around the corner, just be like, all right, yep, okay, so they're moving.
Well,
yep.
the thing was, it was kind of like, in certain places, like, we have the ICE facility in Portland, which has security cameras all over it. So it didn't matter.
Oh, but it does.
Having a different perspective.
Yeah, it does.
You know.
Wait, Anita, can I ask you something?
Go ahead.
If it's not a baited question, sure.
It's not a baited question.
Okay.
It's an honest one.
Yes.
You happen to know probably Ian and Shay from Concrete Reporting, right?
I know Ian. I don't know Shay. Shay?
Yeah, Shay.
I don't know.
They both used to do that. They both covered the Portland along with CJ.
Okay, I don't know Shay. I do know of CJ.
Okay. I used to be a mod on their stream for when they were streaming the riots or the protests. I just thought I would ask if, because you said you were in there with the Portland, right? So just
yeah, non-binary. They go by a couple of different names, but in industry they're called IMSI catchers. That's what you're talking about, is the fake cell phone towers. Yes, very real tech. Even I can purchase it. Yeah, I'm just thinking of a couple.
What do those do?
What?
What do those do?
IMSI catchers basically act as a proxy for cell phone towers. So when you're near it, your cell phone will connect to it. And then it will route, well, depending on how you have it configured, it can route the call through. So you don't even know you were intercepted. But basically, it's a mobile wiretap for cell phones. So anything you send through it is accessible. Plus, the instant your cell phone connects to it, the full details of your cell phone are basically available to the ISMI catcher. There's a whole series of numerical values assigned to your phone that will be exchanged in that handshake that will permanently identify that phone. So, yeah. And you can run them out of basically anything. A fucking briefcase. Yeah. So... yeah, IMSI catchers are a very real thing. Law enforcement uses them. If I were organizing, I would tell most people, leave your fucking cell phone at home. Do not bring it. It is nothing but a security risk to us all, including especially you. Ditch it.
Yeah, the rules I believe is don't take your ID. Don't take your phone, have an alibi with somebody else if you're going to go somewhere, and if you have any numbers that you don't remember off the top of your head, keep them on you, write them on you, but don't keep them on a piece of paper so they don't go calling anybody that you may know. Yeah. And if you need to dispose of that information quickly, you have an option there.
Yeah. It's...
Might I add, since I know Kai can back me up on this, by the way, it used to be that you could get a phone that was like reasonably secure and then hack out all the insecure bits. now in order to do that with any modern Android or iOS phone, you quite literally have to commit indictable offenses. It's impossible not to. So,
there are secure phones that you can still get. I know Kadam makes one. I'm just looking who Siren Labs makes one at present. Let's see who else. Purism Librem 5 is a open source secure smartphone. Not
That's good, yeah.
Not easy
I'm
to get your hands on, but yeah.
No, I wasn't doubting that there was like.
No, but it is. Yeah, it's extraordinarily difficult to do secure that sort of stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's most assuredly. Yeah. As far as the streaming, okay, there's two different protests, right? And I'm going to, for everybody, sort of work with Kai on this one. Just know that streamer, TOS, we're gonna walk a fence, right? There's two different types of direct action for the purposes of this conversation. There's one that is to draw attention and make a point. And that one should definitely be streamed. It should definitely be documented. And then there's the second type. And the second type does not need cell phones or video streaming.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of people that don't understand the difference between type 1 and type 2. And it's those people that become a security liability in those situations.
Mm-hmm.
So there came a point in time in which we did understand that that streamers did understand. Like, I took a pavement and police type of policy, and so I was just ready to I was just showing the police is where we were at.
Yeah.
And at that time, we didn't feel that there was any issue with that, with live streamers and live streaming in general, especially because we found that it was engaging to the public, and that was what was most important, was letting the public know what was happening. And it wasn't about people could constantly say like, oh, you're such a clout, but it really, for me anyway, it was not about that. It was
you were acting as a propagandist, and that's class 1. Like, if you're involved in a direct action where you're trying to sway public opinion, then you're acting as a propagandist, and you need coverage. And
that's actually very true. And I always had a bias supporting the protesters and saying that I did not support the police. And even the camera angle itself provided biased coverage because it was from the eyes of a protester.
There you go. So, I mean, there's nothing dirty about the word propagandist or anything like that. I'm a propagandist, for fuck's sake. Like, sure. It's what we're doing. Just do it consciously and know that, don't minimize the harm to the cause, maximize the benefit to the cause, and there you go.
And actually, if I take a jab as well, by the way, technically you could say the same thing about the phrase fake news. It wasn't really a batshit crazy term until Trump touted it before he got elected in 2016.
The Nazis used it first.
So Kai, like with what I'm doing, I probably want to be doing like the type 1 direct action, right? Like,
yes,
like propaganda basically.
Yeah, you are 100% in type 1 action in that scenario. Okay. If you guys engage in type 2, you'll harm your cause.
Right.
Yeah. That's, if you go the other route, all you will get is pushback, and you will lose potential allies. So, yeah. Yeah. Hey, the Nevada Assembly is voting to abolish the death penalty. Look at that shit.
Nice. Good memes.
My state's been doing okay these last couple of cycles. I'll give them credit.
Just wonder what's gonna happen on DSA kids.
Okay, so I wanted to go. Is it okay if we go back really quick to the different types of anarchy out there?
By all means.
You said that there isn't such a thing as
ANCAP. Shot that one down.
Do you think that there's such a thing as anarcho-socialism.
Oh yeah, most anarchists are socialists.
Okay.
Yeah, that's generally, even Chomsky agrees with that opinion, is that most anarchists are socialists or mild communists in some degree or fashion. It's, if you forgive me, well, it's not you who needs to forgive me, it's everyone else. But we haven't done it in like 6 days, maybe? This is what Bakunin had to say about Marx, and this will sort of give you an idea of where the dividing line falls. Marx is an authoritarian and centralizing communist. He wants what we want, the complete triumph of economic and social equality, but he wants it in the state and through the state power, through the dictatorship of a very strong and, so to say, despotic provisional government. That's by the negation of liberty. His economic ideal is the state as the sole owner of the land and of all kinds of capital, cultivating the land under the management of state engineers and controlling all industrial and commercial associations with state capital. We want the same triumph of economic and social equality, but through the abolition of the state and all that passes by the name of law, which in our view is the permanent negation of human rights. We want the reconstruction of society and the unification of mankind to be achieved, not from above downwards by any sort of authority, nor by socialist officials, engineers, or other accredited men of learning, but from below upwards by the free federation of all kinds of workers associated, liberated from the yoke of the state.
That was amazing what you just read.
But
I'm going to sleep.
All right, Reed.
It was great talking to you guys.
Catch you later, Reed.
My brain was too tired to absorb any of that. It was just like a mush of.
Basically,
I kind of heard the important parts, I think.
Yes, that's Bakunin after the breakup. Exactly, Rabbit.
Long story short, don't use the state too much is basically what Bakunin's saying.
My brain has turned to mush.
Yeah, Bakunin's saying basically here was Bakunin's prediction for all intents and purposes. Bakunin said what you're attempting to do is a top-down transformation rather than a bottom-up transformation, utilizing a state hierarchy, right? So how that's going to play out is that you may shift the organizational structure of that hierarchy, but at the end of the day, you're going to maintain the hierarchy and you're going to maintain the state. There's no way to transit through that transitionary stage. And you even see this later by Lenin's own admission, what they were doing was state capitalism. Right? Like what you end up with is a vanguard class, and you end up with the vanguards being the anointed or elevated men of great learning or whatever else you want to call them. And at the end of the day, all you've done is swap out components of that hierarchy, which is just going to lead to more oppression. And I mean, as I posted in shared content today, Beijing has just overtaken New York as the place with the most billionaires on the planet. So you can see how that can play out in the long run. And Marx's critiques of capitalism are spot fucking on. They're spot on. But everything that follows thereafter is wrought with problematic ideology. And you can sort of see that play out, whether it be Soviet Russia, whether it be the DPRK, whether it be China, whether you're doing Maoist China or Dengist China, I don't really care. But at the end of the day, if all you're doing is hot swapping the leadership of the hierarchy, you still have the hierarchy and you've still got an oppressive organizational structure. So you have to address the organizational structure itself, which is where anarchism comes in. Anarchism steps in and goes, oh, all right, well, the problem is the power relationship. If you want to go with a Foucault analysis of power dynamics, it's the power relationship. You need to reorganize that. How do you have people in charge of people knowing exactly what people are like? There's no way you can put somebody in charge of somebody else and not lead to abuse eventually. Power tends to corrupt. Absolute power tends to corrupt absolutely. Let's get a little Lord Acton in here for pragmatism. for pragmatism's sake. And so it's those sorts of analyses that have been happening within the anarchist milieu since Marx himself. I mean, Bakunin is an infamous anarchist, and this is his critique. So it's anarchists are about getting to that sort of classless, stateless end space, but more so. Anarchists are intersectionalists rather than about, all about the class. We're not just class reductionists, whereas a lot of communists tend to be class reductionist. It's about lifting up the working class, whereas the anarchists will come along and go, yeah, you know what? There's a lot more factors than just that. So the intersectionality of anarchism is a huge element. There are elements to continue your sort of thread of the different types of anarchists. There are sort of like anarcho-mutualists / anarcho-individualists. This is probably what I would consider the largest divide within the anarchist milieu. It's the ones that say, it's about me. At the end of the day, it's about me. And you see a heavy Stirner influence within these people. Kat, looking at you. They tend to be self-described what's called egoists. And so this is again a Stirner term. And then you have the anarcho-mutualists, which pull largely from either Kropotkin or even Proudhon. And so you have the ones that are heavy into the social element, heavy into the mutual aid, but even still, the anarcho-mutualists they recognize that at the end of the day, anarchism is about that individual autonomy, but they are more focused on the sort of individual autonomy leading to the betterment of the social group. And so that's what I would consider the major divide that you can find within the anarchist community. Because all the rest are just using anarchist organizing tactics or methodologies or elements of anarchism. So when you talk about ANCOM or ANSOC, or I'll heavy asterisk on how I feel about these people, but ANPRIMs, as much as we'd like to divorce ourselves from these people, they're not using it incorrectly. Like ANCAPs are using the AN portion of that term incorrectly, and so we can criticize them for it. ANPRIMs are not using the anarcho portion of it incorrectly. They're just horrible people. Usually what you're looking at within the AN modifier or something, anarcho something, you're looking at somebody using anarchist organizing methodologies and principles. They're talking about hierarchical organizational structures, so flattened horizontal organizational structures. They're talking about direct democracy, consensus decision making. They're talking about federated affinity groups and the reciprocal relationships that they form. It's about the federation of those communities in a scope and scale sort of scenario. This is usually what they're talking about. They're talking about using these techniques of anarchism and bolting them on to other stuff. Whereas the anarcho-individualist, anarcho-mutualist divide is actually a divide of anarchists. So little education on the different types of anarchism for you.
That's a lot.
Oh, I was staring off. Can I throw out a broader quip on classes, by the way, Kai? Modern, how they apply to modern America?
Sure.
So this is a thing that I picked up on, admittedly later than I should have, just being in the political sphere. But there are a really shocking number of people who still think that even the majority of the House and the Senate and the sitting members involved are for the people when they get paid 120 grand a year, starting salary per annum gross. It's that's not the working class. I'm sorry, that is not the working class. That is not the majority of the people.
How much?
You say otherwise.
How much?
So the thing I read is for the Senate, but I'm going to assume quite haphazardly that it's cross-compatible for the House, but it was 120,000 a year gross per annum.
Yeah, it's working class.
Fucking money.
That's not. No, that's. It depends. See, this is the thing. Are you talking two people with a child? Or are you just talking a gay dude in his late 40s? See,
I'm talking about like.
If you're talking about an American, if you're talking about an American family, $120,000 a year is roughly $60,000 per parent, plus what it takes to raise a child to adulthood, factored in. Honestly, that's working class.
For two people,
they're not struggling.
I was kind of pushing forward this scenario of an individual earning that kind of money.
Well, but I mean, these are the nuances and distinctions it takes to have the conversation. If you're childless and you have no dependents and you're living solo, $120,000 a year is solid money. But if you're trying to raise two kids in a modern day, society such as America, dude, you're gonna have bills.
Yeah, all right. Most of the sitting members do have kids, so I give you that point.
Mrs. Kite, thank you for the raid and thank you for the host. Yeah, you are hosting. How was your stream, Mrs. Kite?
So I wanted to I want to go back to something. So you know Rosa, and you know that she has live streamed the protests. Do you think so going back to live streamers at the protests, overall, do you think that they harmed the movement more, or do you think they helped more?
Helped. I think there's instances that you can point to directly and be like, that was not good. Y'all shouldn't have been streaming that. But taken in aggregate, taken in its, totality, yeah, I think that it probably helped radicalize a bunch of people. Yeah. It probably helped. See, this is the thing. This is where nuance and having conversations like adults and understanding that, oh, hey, the world isn't just a singular black or white scenario, right? It's shades of gray everywhere. I think it also probably helped radicalize a bunch of people on the right.
I don't know how many times I've spoken to a right-winger who genuinely thinks half the country's on fire.
Yeah. I think
honestly, I think that it helped to radicalize me, because I didn't start going out on the ground, and I didn't start actually I attended the protest because I was watching a streamer, and it inspired me to go out on the ground. I felt like I needed to do more, and then I was seeing some other streamers out there, and so it inspired me to stream as well, so that I could get the word out there more and really document police brutality. And I like to think that I did good, and I am now we actually just announced that we are no longer going to be live streaming the direct actions anymore, because the community of protesters has made it clear that they don't want live streamers there at all.
Interesting.
Not this time. Anyway,
Lucy, that's fascinating.
I think a part of that is because there were some live streamers that were either selling their streams to the news or to the cops, and things of those nature, where they were literally making sure that they got people's faces in and stuff like that. So I think that was the core issue of that.
And cyber audio, just to address your question really quickly, economics comes in almost as a separate topic entirely. See, this is the one of the fascinating and confusing things about anarchism, is that it is oftentimes economic agnostic. It's capable of organizing and working within a whole set of principles. You can have anarcho syndicalism. And syndicalism is essentially, early stage syndicalism is nothing more than trade unions controlling a good portion of a capitalistic modality, right? So you can have anarchistically organized syndicalism operating within, a neoliberal capitalist framework. You can have examples of anarcho-mutualism in a non-market communal solution, such as something like Trumbleplex outside Detroit, Michigan, that uses a communitarian economic principle. So it's much more like familial sharing than anything else. And they're interfacing directly with, again, a neoliberal hyper-capitalist model. You can have full-blown communism. You can have market socialism, non-market socialism. See, this is the thing. Anarchism can be bolted on pretty effectively with a whole host of things, whereas communism is concerned with, the sort of economic / socioeconomic, politico elements. Anarchism is about this organizing methodology. It's about a method and a lens of analysis for approaching topics. So it's a way to achieve equality and equity within a working group. It's a methodology for achieving what I would argue better results. And so it's sort of a breakout meeting method rather than the economics directly. The economics can be decided by the people who are organizing anarchistically. So you have a community of people. How are you going to organize your economy? Well, anarchistically speaking, what you would do is you'd probably have a town hall meeting. And then you would engage in some level of at minimum approval voting at a direct democracy level. But if you're talking to me and I'm helping you organize, we're going to be implementing consensus decision making.
Hey, Kai, I'm going to head out for the night.
All right.
Have a good one, guys.
Catch you later.
Later. So, maybe I could chime in really quick here, because this is kind of something I've been thinking about while you're talking, and I don't know if this will be helpful to you, Anita, but I also kind of wanted to hear your thoughts on this, Kai. But I think it kind of goes into like what you're saying about, like, for me, I don't really have like a super firm anarchist position beyond just the anarchism. Like I have these ideas that I think that hierarchy creates a lot of like unjust power structures, and I think that I want to flatten that hierarchy as much as possible, but I don't really know beyond like that kind of part of it, about like the part about like force being kind of this toxic thing. I'm not sure if like socialism is the best way to go, or it's communism.
Let me introduce you to post-anarchism then, because this may be the tool in your tool belt you need. The anarchism was inside you all along. All right, it's a horrible reduction of a whole host of metaphysics, meta-ethics. It's honestly gross reductionism. But what you need to take into account is pragmatism plus power dynamics. So, are you going to be able to change the way the Senate does business tomorrow? No.
Probably not.
No, you're not. So
yeah, I'm not. Let's just say I'm not at all. Yeah,
you're not. So what you do as an anarchist is you focus on the micro rather than the macro. Because the fact of the matter is the place where the most damage and the most good is done is right next door to you. If your neighbor loses their job and they can't feed themselves and they can't pay rent and they get kicked out on the street and they enter a cycle of addiction because they're trying to cope with this, right? Like this is how societies fall.
Right.
So the place where you can do the most good as an anarchist is in your local community. That's where you start as an anarchist. I'm not one of those anarchists that yells about electoralism and how any participation in the state is blah, 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 corrupt. Look, we're all having to participate in the state. We're all having to participate in capitalism, right? We're captured. So get over it. So as an anarchist, I consider any electoral activity that we do a day off. Vote, organize, yell about a political party, pass out flyers, do what you got to do, right? My classic example is here in Nevada, this last electoral cycle, we enshrined in the Constitution of this state same-sex marriage. So if the federal government decides to bullshit some stuff and overturn some stuff and other states are allowed to make it illegal for themselves, you can come to Nevada and using the interstate clauses of the federal constitution, your state has to recognize our marriage license. So this state permanently made same-sex marriage in this country without overriding federal legislation a thing. That's what electoralism can do. It can protect same-sex marriage rights. It can protect transgendered youth if you do it right. So don't eschew it just because you see that as not. I always tell people, don't eschew progress in the pursuit of perfection, right?
And I don't, I don't like, I mean, with the things that I came on here to talk about tonight, I am definitely not advocating against electoralism.
Yeah.
I mean, that shit that's going on is horrible, and it can actually, it can absolutely reduce harm. I think that definitely just keep in mind that it's not the be-all, end-all solution, but don't not participate.
Yeah.
But what the second part of what I was going to say before you interjected there was kind of like, yeah, I mean, I'm an anarchist, but the second part is what I really want is I want to get people's needs met as much as possible. So, like, if that means I have to be a socialist or if we have some kind of mixed anarcho-communism that is going to work for us, like, I'm ready to do that. And I mean, while you and Anita were talking, I was kind of thinking if I wanted to give my position name, it would probably be an anarcho-pragmatist, because I'm up for whatever I have to do. Like,
and that's
and these are kind of like, anarchism is almost like my guiding principles along the way, but it's also a vision for like the ideal society I live in. How I came across this position is it's like, I had to, I was reading all this stuff one day and I'm like, look, I'm not going to get the anarchist utopia I want right now, but I do want that in the future, and I think it's possible one day. And keeping that in mind, it gives me guidance on how I act in my life and the kinds of things I do in my life.
That right there is perfect example. That's it. Fucking use it as a lens of analysis. And, that's once you understand, look, I'm not going to tell you to go read Foucault, but go read Foucault. Understanding how to analyze power dynamics and the philosophies that underpin them is a useful tool. If you're in theory spaces, that's the thing. If you're in theory spaces, go do that. If you're just brass tacks in the street activist, look, you don't need to read Foucault. You do need to read Alinsky. That's not exempted reading for anybody. But that's
the one you mentioned earlier?
Yeah, Saul Alinsky, Rules for Radicals.
Okay. That's coming up.
Yeah. But I would tell people, if you want to be a good anarchist, right? If you're like, what does an anarchist do? An anarchist does two things. One, they educate. That is the first and foremost thing that an anarchist is concerned with. It's education. People have grown up propagandized, miseducated, absolutely surrounded by a system of systems that has taught them a way of thinking that they can't even come to terms with how a hierarchical relationship would operate. How would a business run without a boss in charge of it? They can't wrap their heads around this concept. So first and foremost job of any anarchist is education. The second thing is mutual aid. Mm-hmm. And it's where the rubber meets the road, right? That you're not going to set up a nationwide mutual aid network. Look, Food Not Bombs is amazing, and I've done plenty of work with them, but you will not be setting up the next Food Not Bombs, right? You need, you need to understand, okay, what are we trying to do? What's the goal? And I always tell people when trying to envision this, if you live in an apartment complex or a condo complex, congratulations, you're in the perfect space to do this, right? Go to your next door neighbor, go to the guy across the hall, go to the person down the hall, and start talking. Start the conversation. Like, hey, at the end of the month, I always find that I have like excess dry food and this sort of thing. Congratulations, you got a food bank running. It's that simple. It really is that quick and that simple to set up those sorts of things, right? Oh, hey, I have a little bit of land in my backyard. Wouldn't it be cool if all the neighbors like that adjoin my backyard, like what if I just knocked down like part of that wall and like we can all sort of like convene back here and make a little community garden. And next thing you know, you've got a community garden and you've got people sharing foods, and you can preserve it, you can can it, you can dehydrate it, right? You've got that sort of thing going. You're setting up mutual aid networks. It's in those. Go ahead.
Is that kind of what you were talking about? Of like, we can have these anarchist structures within like a capitalist environment.
You can 100% interface. And I mean, Trumbleplex outside of Detroit is a larger example, right? Like they're not a society grade example, but they have multiple residences. They have theater space. They have an arts space. They have a free library. They've got, you know, they provide internet to their residents, right?
Bye,
like
Rabbit.
it's bye Rabbit. It's an example of an anarchistically operated commune that is successfully interfacing in a neoliberal hyper-capitalist model outside of Detroit, which has gone through a rough time, and they've weathered it. And they've been around since 71, I think, is when Trumbull, something like that. Oh, no, wait. No, they're coming up on, I forget what their anniversary is. But either way, decades now. And so it's sort of, if you focus on those microcosmic examples as an anarchist, it's in those gaps of oversight that you can begin to construct those emancipatory destinations beyond capitalism and authoritarianism in the state that you and I and other anarchists hope to one day construct, right? But you need the pillars to build the foundation on above the swamp first. And that's sort of what we're focused on at this stage in the game, is those pillars. And the most good that you can do as an activist, as an anarchist, and as a human being is to be kind to your neighbors. It's those spaces that do the most good right now, brass tacks. And you can get huge amounts of education done in those spaces. And the more people who are educated in these manners, the more people who are starting to think this way, the more you can change the tonality of a community as a whole. And
talking to people has a really humanizing effect too. Like I've known people that don't, they have a bad opinion of trans people, and then they met one and they actually talked with them, and they realize, oh, it's a human being. And I feel like those are really good spaces to maybe have conversations like that.
And I mean, that's, like I said, part of my praxis is literally to be an approachable anarchist. There's too many people that think we're all just black bloc, and there needs to be, somebody that you can walk up to who will welcome you with open arms and be like, no, you're just not an anarchist yet. You probably are already one. You just don't know it.
I've kind of thought, what I've kind of thought is, if you have empathy, anybody who has any empathy has a little bit of anarchy in them.
There's a whole host of stuff that, I mean, anarchists we're the consummate ally. We're the ones that, if there's an indigenous cause in the region, chances are we're protesting the pipeline right next to them. If there's, a women's suffrage movement, we're going to be there. We were there for it historically. If there's a labor rights movement, we're going to be there. We were there historically for it. Whether it's the civil rights movement, again, we were there for it. If you show a group of anarchists an oppressed group, we're your immediate ally. That's our shtick. Yeah. That's what we're about.
Part of anarchism is just kind of my experience of it is, it's part of it is I like the philosophy because, I hate authority, and so I've always, I kind of want to understand why, and I feel like it gives me, it's kind of a differing explanation than the other ones in the world, which are constantly trying to gaslight you into saying that all this toxic authority is fine. But what really kind of, really draws me to the anarchist sometimes is it's like, as a trans person, I can always count on feeling safe. I've never gone into an anarchist space and encountered transphobia. Maybe it's around there, but most of the time
we have it, but it's not.
I can, I'm sure it's around a little bit, but I've never encountered it.
Yeah.
So, it makes me feel safe.
Yeah.
Anarchists have a tendency to kick people's asses who do that kind of thing. Like, again, in no way, shape, or form is Kai or the Proudly Radical Twitch channel encouraging, advocating for, or talking well about those that would conduct themselves in violent manners. Always follow the laws of your locality. Ass covered. Yeah, anarchists have a tendency to kick the asses of people who behave that way. Nazi punks fuck off was a thing after all.
So I wanted to ask you about something in regards to landlords. So would you consider this is totally changing subjects, but it was something that is that okay?
Oh yeah, no. But it's all
digressing.
No. It's free flowing, fluid conversation. Don't ever worry about it or apologize or anything like that. By all means.
Okay. So somebody if somebody owns a trailer and they are renting out a room in their trailer, do you consider them to be a landlord?
They're utilizing. Are they utilizing the space themselves?
If they
if I'm living in it,
do they live in it themselves?
Yes.
Yes. Let's say that they are living in it themselves.
You're in a gray area, but you're in a far more acceptable gray area. That would probably be filed under the conditions of capitalism and how we all have to subject ourselves to X, Y, and Z. And most anarchists and even communists and others could get behind them doing it. It would be, not the optimal situation, but again, we all have to live within the constraints of capitalism. And if you're occupying the property yourself, that is the giant clause. Because the problem that arises is with private property. And in that case, what you're doing is you're renting out your personal property. The fact that you are utilizing it directly yourself and inhabiting that space reallocates it from private property into personal property. It's the rentier class, as Smith would have called them, that utilizes private property ownership for wealth gains from the laboring classes.
Okay.
So if you just own the trailer and you don't live there and you're renting it out, congratulations, you're a landlord and a member of the rentier class, and you're not looked upon very well.
Well, I asked specifically a trailer because a lot of the times people don't actually own the land that the trailer is on. They might own the trailer, and that's why I asked.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's about whether you're occupying the space or not, or whether you're just you own something and you're renting it out.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, an argument could be made that they don't actually own the land, being that it's still under question.
You can make that argument, but not in a court.
Yeah, the courts still follow that stupid doctrine of discovery.
Yeah.
And manifest destiny bullshit.
You should have known better. You just weren't people. Like that's. I mean, that's you didn't have the right flag, and you probably could have done with a wig or two, because apparently wigs were super important to making legal arguments. Not sure why that's still a thing, but again, if y'all had some powdered white wigs, maybe you could have argued for your land better. Because apparently that's what the British respect.
So with that said, so that's why there's that with trailers. But just the same what you were just saying. Would that also apply to people who rent out rooms in a house, or is that different?
Or it's your house and you're in it?
If you live in the house and then you rent out rooms
it's the same thing. It's your personal property that you are attempting to survive the conditions, the material conditions of capitalism under. And since you presently occupy the space and you are utilizing it for yourself to also survive in, then it transfers into personal property rather than private property.
Okay. Because I had a hard time. I was having a really hard time because I knew someone that this was what prevented me from really following you was because I was just like, there was a lady, an older lady that she was really poor, and she had to rent out a room in her house, and she was so poor, and like she didn't own the land, but she owned the trailer. And I was just like, for me, and maybe it was just because of where I'm at, and that's fine if people hate me, because I know that your chat's pretty radical, but I had a hard time like looking at her as a bastard.
No, she wouldn't be at all. And I mean, again, anybody who's reasonable, and I do my very best to drive off the unreasonables. Anybody who's reasonable would look at that, and even if you're doing a Marxian analysis, you'd look at the material and subsistence conditions of the society that she's living in. She's literally attempting to survive. And
yes, that's what I saw, and I was like,
Yeah.
I feel like there's a little bit of nuance here. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's technically not even a landlord by the strictest economic definitions.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, is like the reason why it's so helpful to view ideologies through as a lens of analysis is that in order to like properly critique what you are against, you have to understand it to like actually do so. And being able to articulate levels of oppression, or being able to understand what standards you judge things by, that allows you to, well, showcase your understanding. So just saying landlord's bad doesn't really contribute much to the conversation, even if it is.
Champagne Doc, yes, Marx was racist and is an anarchist. I'm more than happy to point that out. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Basically, everybody was racist. Like, we're not... Like, if we're just going to start throwing out, like, the racists, we're not going to be able to talk about anything. All right? Like, you have to be able to divorce the work from the person at a certain point if the work isn't directly, blah, 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 blah. Yes, he was a fucking racist. He was an anti-Semite, but his critiques of capitalism are accurate. Am I a Marxian? No, I'm an anarchist. Fuck the Marxists. But again, his economic critiques of capitalism were spot fucking on. So, brother did the math.
I think that, like, kind of, when you were kind of wondering if that had some nuance, that was probably your heart telling you what was right. And I think that part of the problem is that, like, not everybody would do that. Like, there are people out there who take the fucking the theory literally, and take it to its logical end, to some very nasty places.
Oh, you mean tankies?
Well, because it's hard. It's hard. Well, see, the thing is, I have it because for me, I believe ACAB. Like, every single one of them, I really believe ACAB, and that's where I'm at. For the landlord thing, I was like, I don't know, and so that was the one thing that.
See, I will give you. Hey, thank you for following, Anita.
Yes, I'm now ready, because I was just like, there was the one thing that it was like that landlord thing about that old lady that was renting out her room to get survive. I was like, I don't think that about her at all. So okay.
I will give you some. I'll give you some nuance that a lot of people on the left are uncomfortable with ACAB even. What about those that wake up and realize that they're a part of the problem and they whistleblow?
Well, it's like the extension of that I've heard is all cops are bad. The only good ones are the ones that quit, or you could also say the ones, I guess, that whistleblow. But
yeah. I mean, they put their
if they whistleblow though, and then they go back to keep doing the same piece of shit job.
Well,
I would argue that it's still bad.
Again, that's a third degree of nuance. What if they leave? They are a cop at the time of. They were a cop. So, but there's a path to redemption.
Right. I mean,
for me, I would say if they truly saw the error of their ways and truly saw how it was wrong, for me, there is a path to redemption. I do believe in second chances, and
I believe in hundredth
they
chances.
Have to do it of their own volition. They have to stop being a cop of their own volition, and they have to see that it was wrong, and they have to make amends.
But I mean,
and I mean, like, and this kind of is not just about with cops. Like, you can kind of apply this analysis to kind of other things. And I've been thinking about this lately, and I kind of hate the term cancel culture because I feel like that's such like a shit show of things. But like, I mean, sometimes someone will talk to someone who used to be a piece of shit, and then you don't want to talk to either of those people anymore. And like, I feel like there needs to be a distinction between like who we work with and who we hang out with. Like, they're like someone who used to be a cop, I will consider an ally, and I would put them on like a show or platform them or something. I'm probably not gonna like want to sit around and hang out with them and have a beer and shit, but like that's just me. But like
Amherst gets it. If we believe in rehabilitation for criminals, we have to believe in rehabilitation for cops, landlords, or even millionaires and billionaires. See, you either believe in rehabilitative or restorative justice, or you don't. And
this is true.
Yeah, that's fair.
If you're going to advocate for it, you have to advocate for it. And this has very huge impacts on leftist online spaces, because leftist online spaces tend to be rank hypocrites. They talk about restorative and reparative justice all the time. But the instant somebody in the community or somebody over there has a past or a tweet gets dug up, oh, you better believe we're going to be dogpiling them in a fucking nanosecond. Never mind what they may have done between that tweet or between that incident and the present day. Never mind everything else. Now it comes. And meanwhile, they're, on a regular Tuesday, they're sitting there talking about how we need to fix the justice system and how the prison system is broken, and we need to provide social services and support for even the worst amongst us to provide them the possibility to reintegrate into society. But you motherfuckers said some shit on Twitter, canceled.
Right.
You either believe it or you don't.
So, yeah. Another question I had for you was, so you own a house, but the thing is, you have to pay property taxes and all that. So do you really own the house, or is it like...
No, you don't.
The state?
Yeah, legally speaking, what you have is what you would need is an allodial title, and that would actually grant you what we would refer to as true ownership. But you can't get an allodial title in most places. And so that's the legal distinction that you're looking for. And so as such, no, you do not actually technically own the property. The state owns the property. Yeah.
And at any time, the state can come and claim it.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter whether you're rich, poor, middle class, whatever.
Stop paying those taxes. See what happens.
We saw that happen with, are you familiar with the Red House that happened in Portland?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that was a thing. That was actually quite extraordinary. I had never seen anything like that. Never in my life.
I would tell you to go find if you really want to, like, if you want some like praxis, go talk to the Autonomous Nation of Anarchist Libertarians. They're a group out of the UK. And if you're quick on your feet, you'll figure out what the acronym for the Autonomous Nation of Anarchist Libertarians works out to. Yes.
Yeah.
They're really good. They specialize in setting up squats. Yes, Anal specializes in squats.
And then you say squats.
Yes. Okay. Look, anarchists are the fun ones. You want to, like, communists and they're not fun to hang out with. Anarchists are actually fun to hang out with. Like to party too and shit. Like, but go talk to some of the boys and girls over at Anal. They specialize in setting up squats. They specialize in setting up squats in multi-million-dollar mansions and commercial properties.
It's Anal.
Yeah. Yeah. Anal are good people. Yeah, they
No.
yeah, it's unfortunate. It's anal. I've spoken to one.
I believe you.
Yeah, it's but that's what they do. They specialize in that. And they're very good at it. They usually have like a 45 to 75 day window in which they can keep a place before they get ejected. And they specialize in housing marginalized communities, the homeless, trans, homosexual, kicked out at underage sort of situation, drug addicts. And they will get you fed, they will get you into programs, they will give you support, whatever you need. And they do all this from like moving bases of reclaimed McMansions and commercial properties that have gone abandoned due to the capitalistic process. And yeah, you wanna see what like street level fuck it praxis looks like. They're good at it.
So, that sounds like not just a great thing, but also like fun.
Organizing can be really fucking fun if you have some good groups in your area.
Oh,
I really.
BBC article about them. Yep. Squatters moved into the $15 million unoccupied mansion in West London. Bailiffs arrived at Eaton Square, owned by Russian oligarch, some random dude's name. Fucking activists from a group called the Autonomous Nation of Anarchist Libertarians occupied the 5-story property since the 25th of January. This was in February. Yep. That's
so. Okay, and so your name is Kai. Correct?
Yes, Kai. Correct. Yes.
Cool. Really quick. So, I try to tell people about this, switching subjects, if that's okay. It's just really quick aside, if that's okay.
Again, you don't have to ask.
Okay. Well, there is a pronoun extension that I wanted to introduce to you. And I don't know if you are familiar with it. I can send you the link.
I heard that, Sue.
It shows, so I see that there's some people like non-binary superpowers is using the pronoun extension, and it lists your pronouns in front of your name. And it is very important to me personally that people use it.
I don't use that extension because it hasn't undergone a third-party code review, and I'm not going to log into a Twitch API service through an extension who hasn't undergone a code review. That's just, yeah, that's
okay.
The IT guy in me.
Okay.
I don't discourage people from using it. By all means, use it. But my personal IT praxis dictate, like, look, I did too much security work. I did too much stuff. Like, there's a portion of my brain that will never be switched off.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
I have
RV.
That the pronoun extension is important to you. I hope that you will use it.
Yes. RV, thank you for the gift sub, and congratulations, Mrs. Kite. Anyway, sorry about that, Neko. Just had some business.
So, if we could roll it back here for a second, and I don't know if this person is still on the call, but we were kind of talking about tactics earlier, about like it's probably better to go with the whole like government overreach argument, and so like I need first of all, like there was someone who said that tactic kind of worked in their state with the Catholics in the room and stuff.
Rabbit is in Kansas. Rabbit's gone now, but yeah, that would have been Kansas.
I just needed that as like a source for when I'm talking to like people. So so like my next question is kind of like, how do I get this movement going? Because originally what I was gonna do is I was gonna try and organize with other activist communities down in other states, but I don't know how I'm supposed to like get this movement going in general. I mean, I can think of the messaging and I can design all of that, and I have a lot of things going in my head that I think would work, but how do I get it going? Like, who do I network with?
Your queer center is going to be your starting position.
Okay, so I should just like reach out to the queer centers in other states?
Well, I mean, yeah, basically. Okay. I would start with Texas.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably the best place, right?
Yeah.
Or, I mean,
we're,
lot of these other places too,
we want
like
to do stuff in solidarity. We're going to do some activism and some protesting here.
Right.
We want to do some messaging. We just want to make sure it's in line with, we don't want to contradict anything that you're doing or step on any toes. Do you have any stuff that you want us to talk about? Do you have any stuff that, but I sincerely think that you may, the biggest help is going to come from Texas, right? Like, you can show solidarity. I don't know where you are, and if you want to reveal where you are, that's
Alaska.
Oh, all right. So the biggest help is no offense, I'm just realistically, it's not going to do a whole lot there. It's Alaska.
Your biggest support in Alaska for that would probably be the indigenous community.
Yeah. Queer Center and the indigenous communities. That's going to be your go-tos for that. The biggest push is going to come out of Texas and the surrounding areas, because the surrounding states of Texas can flood people in for activism and action on the streets.
I mean, part of the reason that I was going to organize stuff here is I know that having a protest in Alaska is not going to make national news. The reason I was doing it is because I want to have a solidarity protest, and so I want to be out there too. But I also just don't want to be calling them and then saying like, hey, go protest.
Yeah, start at your LGBT center, whatever the queer center may be in your area.
I think I should also just do it in a lot of these other states too, because Texas is not the only one that's going through this.
They're one of the most odious, but yeah.
There's like 80 bills like this across the country, so
I sincerely think that you've got a two-pronged approach. You've got the LGBT community, of course. Like that's an automatic. You don't have to do a whole lot of work there. It's just sort of bodies in the streets. Here's your placard, march, right? Like it's.
I mean, is that a good tactic to try and do a solidarity protest though?
It rarely hurts. It can. It rarely hurts, but at the end of the day, what you need to do is, by all means, non-binary, go for it. And I'm not sure, I don't know if the shout-out, the shout-out command won't work on, for YouTube links, but by all means, non-binary, go for it. Where the bulk of the work lies is, like I said before, a little bit of a mislead. You need.
And I understand that tactic.
You need to convince your enemies.
How do I get that out there?
How do I
get that out there?
What you need to do is literally speak to these people where they may lie. You have to go and meet the masses wherever they are. So if you have a group that you can identify in your community that supports this, where does that demographic meet? That's where you need to go. And it's usually not a comfortable thing for a lot of people to do that level of activism and actually engage with the proletariat. Because a lot of the times, and this is just sort of, we'll just bang this drum a little bit, a lot of leftists have never actually spoken with the proletariat. They don't know what it is to hang out with the working classes. They don't understand what it is to speak to the dock workers or the machinists or, these sorts of people who are easy targets for that right-wing propaganda, for conservative ideologies. And so wherever they may be, and the most vocal ones that support this is sort of the group that you need to be targeting and having that conversation and opening a dialogue with. And because you don't need to scream them down. Don't do that.
Right.
You need to actually converse with them, show them you're a human being, and have a logical conversation and meet them on some middle ground that they already occupy. And that ground is assuredly the government has no business telling you how to raise your children. The government has no business reaching into the house this way and dictating, because next they'll be coming for your Bible, or next they'll be coming for, they'll force the vaccine or something. Use whatever fucking tactic you can at the end of the day, because the fact of the matter, or not whatever tactic, but whatever rhetorical device you can, because at the end of the day, you aren't trying to convince somebody to walk into the gas chamber. You're trying to convince somebody not to increase rates of suicide amongst an already marginalized and susceptible group.
Right, and I mean, I'm not, I'm very critical of like the way that the left handles things in general. It's like, fascists are literally fucking cheating at the poker table every day, and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt, or like trying to be polite. Like, what the fuck? I have no interest in doing anything.
Walk in with an ace up your sleeve. Fuck it. The game was rigged from the start. So, yeah, like who cares? The deck was stacked against you to start with, so you might as well, do a little cheating yourself.
Neko girl. Hey, Neko girl.
Yeah, I'm here.
You could also make national news if you live stream it, because this streaming is the news. I'm just saying.
Oh yeah, you should most assuredly, if you do a solidarity march in like Alaska, then you should definitely, you should film it, even if, I don't know what the internet speeds in Alaska are like.
The idea with the solidarity march, though, is it's just like, I wanted to link it up and sync it with other places at the same time, because I know I'm not going to get a fucking, I know Alaska's not going to make national news. We're going to get is like 1,000 people. I mean, we did get a big turnout, last year for the big Floyd thing. I don't know, there probably might have been a few thousand people, but it's not going to be enough to like, be on NBC. It's just not.
But it's another dot on the map. If you could get enough dots on the map.
Right, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Is I want to link up with people, and I think that seems like a good tactic. I also kind of feel like there needs to be some kind of messaging type of thing beyond just like talking to people, though. Like, I need to find some way to get that message out there. There needs to be, I'm thinking of like an ad campaign in my head. I'm thinking about this big poster that says "Stop Government Overreach" or something fucking terrible. That's just
that's the thing is, here's for both you and Sue's heard this, Kat has heard this, a bunch of people in chat heard this, but definitely for yourself, Neko, and Anita, what you have to start understanding is there's a greater divide, or there's less of a divide between the left and the right political spectrum than there is between the libertarian and the authoritarian portion of the spectrum. And so you will end up having more in common with somebody on your, on the antipode or the antipole of your political spectrum on the right than you will with somebody up on the authoritarian axis. It's, at the end of the day, the biggest divide between us is whether you believe or not that it is okay to inflict the will of the state and the populace upon someone using force.
Right.
That's
and there's an easy case. There's an easy case to be made there that this is the slippery slope argument, right? Like,
this is where you can get your alt-righters, you can get your libertarians, you can get your so-called ANCAPs, your neo-feudalists. You can get a whole bunch of them that you would consider your political opposition on a day-to-day basis right behind you on this argument. And you immediately, you can't even get fucking tankies on this one. Because, that argument won't work because you're using an anti-authoritarian argument, that sort of thing. Drivers, thank you for the resub. 4 months. Look at you. Thank you kindly, Drivers.
Really quick, a tanky is an authoritarian communist, correct?
Yes. They generally are overly concerned with the aesthetics of communism as well. They trend towards genocide apologist or straight up genocide denialist, and they sort of utopianize Soviet Russia and Maoist China, and even to the extent that some of them think that the DPRK is a utopian like wonderland with unicorns and rainbows and shit.
And that looks like modern day North Korea.
Yeah, that's what the DPRK is. Yeah, that's North Korea.
I don't know if this will be helpful to you, but like when you guys, Kai was talking earlier, I was thinking about how like there's this kind of like flawed logic they have where they read this Marxist-Leninist critique of capitalism and they come out of it with because the USA is bad, the USSR is good, or China is good, or North Korea is good. I had an argument yesterday about how their side of the argument was that authoritarianism is not a measure of a country's worth, and I was like, I don't even know what to say to that. Like we're on different planets. Like,
This is the biggest divide, and this is what people on the left need to start understanding, that the right has understood for years, by the way. This is why they made so much progress, is because they understand how to coalesce and gain that inch. Sure, today we're dealing with this topic, and we're going to make that inch. It doesn't matter if tomorrow we have to argue a completely contradictory position. Doesn't matter. That's a problem for tomorrow. Today we make the inch. And the left has this utopian, what I refer to as an obsession with a meta-narrative arising from the French Revolution, that they think that there's this sort of singular event space that happens, and the revolution occurs, and something happens, and then utopia. Right, and
I mean, I also kind of have a hypothesis about that. But you know, I don't know if it's true or not. But that, like, maybe, you know, a lot of these, you know, because like I know that I see a big difference in the way I process information than when I'm like really into the news and following it all the time, and when I'm taking a step back and only checking it every week or two. And I feel like a lot of those arguments, like, they come in and they make that inch, and then, you know, later on they fall back on it or something, but like not everybody realizes that, I don't think.
They gained the inch, and they've been doing that for decades. And the left, on the other hand, and anarchists are super guilty of this. I've known plenty of them over my life, and this is part of what informs my praxis style, is that they're what we around these parts we call puritopians. They're obsessed with it. My example is they would step over a homeless person in the street because they can't build them a house tomorrow. Right? Like,
yeah.
Fix some shit. Fix something. Like, you're not going to build utopia. Get over it. And so this is also where, you know, anarchists, we have a saying, there is no project of projects, right? Like, there is nothing past. I get you all to, I educate you on anarchistic modalities and theory and that sort of thing, and you just set you loose, right? Like, we're just a bunch of individuals operating autonomously, setting up these, you know, power dynamics that may be temporary, maybe semi-permanent, whatever, but there's nothing past that, because it's the group dynamic that gives rise to it, right? It's society that gives rise to it. And so anarchism isn't a prefigurative state. It's not something that you can say, okay, and then it will be this, because once you utilize anarchistic principles, what happens is, oh, hey, there's 100 people here that, hey, thank you, Viva. Thank you for the Bezos bucks. What happens is you've got 100 people that are like, yes, we're anarchists. We're going to do anarchist stuff, right? Now they get to decide what they do. That's on them. They're going to be using direct democracy and consensus decision making. They're going to be building their own power dynamics. They're going to be setting up their own stuff. And when you eliminate or remove that authoritarian tendency towards prefigurative theory, then you have less work to do. But as an educator, you have less work to do. But as an activist and an organizer, you have infinitely more. And so it's sort of teach people the tactics, teach people the theory, and then get out there and then live. Figure it out. What do you need to do in your area? What is the pressing concern in your community? What will help the most people? What's hurting the most people? and then it's on you.
Hey, I have to take off in just a little bit, but I had one more question, and that was is anarcho-socialism the same thing as libertarian
Socialism, yes. In political science arenas, libertarian and anarchism is often used interchangeably. Be wary of anybody who is North American, specifically using libertarian.
Yeah, I've noticed. Yeah,
yes,
absolutely.
neo-libertarianism or North American libertarianism is a different thing.
Yeah, for sure.
But in a classical sense, libertarianism is used interchangeably for Eurocentric anarchism. And if you hear if you hear a French person say libertarianism, you're in the classical area. If you hear a fucking tech bro say libertarianism, well, you know. But yeah, as far as like political axis tests go, that sort of thing, yeah, that's what you're dealing with. You're dealing with an authoritarian libertarian axis.
Okay. Oh, okay. So when I took the political, when I took a political test, it was the political compass test. I landed on libertarian socialist. So. Yeah. I guess according to that, I'm an anarcho-socialist.
It's like anarchy light, that sort of thing.
Well, I was also going to mention that was before I started going to the. That was before I did the protests and was live streaming them, and I've noticed that I've radicalized.
If you look in chat. There's a link right under the 8V command. You'll see the Proudly Radical bot. Put a link, a paragraph and a link. You can use, if you want, that's a retooled 8 values test that I retooled to accommodate anarchism more readily than what the 8 values rubric actually does. The original 8 values test doesn't understand anarchism. They just don't. And so I retooled the rubric behind the scenes so that anarchism is actually an achievable score, for one. And so, yeah, that will sort of help you figure some stuff out if you want.
Okay.
So there was a question in chat for you, Anita.
Oh, wait, sorry. Am I using what for YouTube?
This whole moment of questions and so forth.
Oh, no, I'm not. I wasn't planning on putting this on YouTube. This was just for my own personal knowledge and
edification.
And, yeah, I was just trying to educate myself.
Well, I'm I mean, like I said, 50%. It's education. So I'm always happy and pleased to do it. So. Do you have any more questions you want to ask before you have to vamoose for the evening?
Oh, no, I don't think so. Yeah, were you afraid that I was gonna post all this on YouTube or something? Like
I'm not. All my stuff gets gets licensed under Creative Commons. So all of my essays, photography, streams, it's all up for grabs. You're free to remix it as long as there's an attribution where it came from originally. Yeah. You know, that's it. Oh, and non-commercial. But
okay.
yeah,
no, not planning on using this on YouTube or anything like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I enjoyed talking with you, Anita.
Likewise. I thank you so much for this. This was very helpful to me, and oh, sorry. Seen non-binary superpowers. If I decide to, I might just chat in chat. So yeah. Anyway, take care, everyone. Have a nice night.
Thanks for stopping by. Nice to speak with you.
Bye.
Is Chomsky's on anarchism a good jumping off point for reading anarchist theory? It's not. I mean, Jesus Christ, I wouldn't even call it a jumping off point, but it definitely will get your feet wet. Right? Like it's not even you don't even have to jump into anything. It's just sort of like you just the stairs in the pool, and it's that first step, and it barely is ankle deep, right? Like that's what On Anarchism is. And by all means, start there. It's a great start if you're like wary and you're not a huge reader and you don't want fucking somebody referencing some shit that you're like, what philosophy textbook do I have to drag out to figure this shit out? Definitely a way to go. Yeah. 100%.
So Kai, maybe you can answer some questions for me really quick about like, I wanna like put some like content out there, and I don't, like you were talking about like licensing and stuff, and like how do you do that? Like, because I was thinking like, do I need to copyright my music or stuff before I put it out there? Because I'm not really worried about someone remixing it or streaming it. Like, I just don't want to end up in a fucking Coca-Cola commercial. And then you mentioned the non-commercial thing.
You want a Creative Commons license more than anything else. Let me here's mine. I'll drop the link in chat for you, because I think you're following along there. That's a Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike International 4.0 license. So basically what that means is that you are free to copy, redistribute the material in any medium or format. You're able to remix, transform, and build upon the material any way you so choose, as long as you give appropriate credit and you don't use the material for commercial purposes. And you have to agree to the share alike, which means anything you create based off of that has to be able to be remixed, transformed, or built upon and distributed under the same license as well.
So if I take that thing and I license it, and then I build a thing on top of that from that thing, then it applies to that license too. Is that what you're saying?
If you say you used say you used one of my essays as a foundational text in something you did, right? Let's say you used a segment of what I said on stream or what I wrote in an essay, and you used that as song lyrics, right? Then what would happen is you would be using my attribution non-commercial share-alike license to use that material, and part of the stipulation of that license is anything that you make out of this has to be licensed under the same way as well.
Okay, so it makes it where if someone twists it into something or remixes it or whatever, then they can't just have new ownership rights. It's still under that license, right?
Correct.
That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, that's cool. That's actually good.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the license that I license all of my stuff under. Because human knowledge belongs to the world, and so you should be free to use it.
Yeah, I'm more worried about, like me putting a fucking killer song out there and then it's your Pepsi Super Bowl commercial.
That would be the non-commercial aspect of the license, which would be a violation of the licensing agreement that you put forward when you issued the music, and as such, it would be actionable, meaning you could sue them.
Right. Cool. So what do I do with this? Like, what is this license? Do I put? Is that link? You just put the content in there or something, or how do you? License something?
Here. And Kaiser and Kaiser's boyo. Apparently Kaiser said, "Hey Kai, me and my boyo say hi." Kaiser and Kaiser's boyo. Hello there, Kaiser's boyo. Not to dad this up too much, but we've heard a bit about you and we think it's hugely adorable. This just little relationship y'all got going on. We're all for it. All right. So I will
hello, Sassy.
Hey, Sassy. So here's what I'll show you. I'll drop in chat. Here's what you can. I'm watching with my partner. He says hi. There's you can pull up an essay from my website there, and if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, what you'll see is the Creative Commons Attribution Non-Commercial Share-alike 4.0 International License link. That is the formal version of that link. And so what it does is it then links over. So what you want to do is Here is let's see, there's the one. Here is the license, how to use Page. You're gonna need to copy and paste that entire thing, basically. But they will show you a few ways of implementing this if you so choose.
Cool. This is really helpful.
Oh, okay. So Che, yeah, oh, no, Che, that's not what those results say. Oh, well, I mean, yeah, the civil axis, you're libertarian, which liberty versus authority. So, yeah, no, what it's saying is you're an ANCOM. But, yes. Let's see.
Oh my God, Che, you're an ANCOM? What the hell? No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, Che.
How are you, Lasso?
I'm good, thank you. And you?
I'm doing okay. I'm hanging in there.
Good. The other thing you're probably going to want to do on top of what Kai has stated is literally sitting back with the elders and the indigenous communities in the areas and getting their support and backing in it, because usually what ends up happening is it's great to have all these other different areas as well, but usually when the indigenous community starts going all over, you also get a lot of that backing too, right? So it's quite helpful in many different ways.
I mean, frankly, the fact that you just like know a lot of people in your community is like 60 steps ahead of like what you should be doing. Like that's like the make or break thing here, is just getting people on the ground, frankly.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, I mean,
asses in seats, feet on the streets.
I have all the pieces in place to get a protest going if I want. I think, you know, I haven't exercised these resources in like a year or 3, but I'm in touch. I've gotten in touch with these people, and they're still around. So, you know, they were involved in some of the protests here last summer, and yeah, I like the idea about trying to talk to the elders and get the indigenous community behind it. I don't even like really know how to do that here. Like it's very simple. It's very simple. You just go like to one of the community centers and have a conversation with someone there, especially one of the indigenous ones, about talking with the elders and explain to them what you're doing. And when you go see the elders, please make sure to bring some tobacco. Okay. And any other suggestions for dealing with the elders? Just basically sit back, explain to them what you're talking about and what you're asking their help from, and explain to them how not only does this affect it also affects their community as well, and just another part of the genocide process. Right. Yeah. And I know this probably isn't, and I realize now, unfortunately, this probably isn't gonna be a good tactic. We've kind of already abandoned it and gone with something else that Kai has kind of suggested. But can we just stop for a second and acknowledge the fact that it's fucked up? That like we can't just go out and say that there's a genocide and that doesn't do it for people. There's like this whole fucking pushback of like, oh no, that's fucked up. That is a really fucked up place to be in as a society, and I feel like we just need to take note of that. And I need to like. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and as I always point out when I say that turn of phrase, by hate I mean actually enjoy it quite a lot. It's always been that way. Yeah, I mean, it's nothing. Right? It's nothing unique to our society. It's nothing unique to this time period. That's just how human beings are.
Yeah, a lot of motherfuckers back then that were just saying, yeah, it was just for the good of like the world. Yeah, and like, natives as well. Like that. Like that's been a thing forever. It's just a thing. Yeah. Yeah.
Even when it came to the Africans that they put in shackles and chains and slavery, it was good for them.
Yeah.
They were doing something much better for them and civilized them and giving them a living and a life.
Yeah, exactly. Like
it's just the way it's always been.
Yeah, I'm ashamed to say that I don't know enough about the history of indigenous peoples in Alaska that I probably should, but like I know a lot of personal experiences that elders have had from the colonization process, and it is absolutely fucking genocide. And
yeah, but genocide alone won't get them on the street.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm
getting more in touch with their heart, and opening their ears more. You have to. Do you know what I mean? You have to.
Right. I mean, and in general, people won't listen to it, but I feel like they would. Like they understand that.
Yeah. The elders and the indigenous people understand that completely. Trust me, we do.
Right.
And I'm saying that it's just like, how do I put it? It's one part of a helpful tool for you, being that there's plenty of different people in the government that are indigenous in that area. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if they have their elders telling them, hey, this shit's fucked up, they're going to listen to their elders.
Right.
I mean,
and you might find more help.
Well, not to be too manipulative, but, draw a line for the elders between what happened to them and what's happening to trans kids. Go a long way.
Well, I don't even think you can do that. You could just straight up tell...
I don't think that's an unfair line to draw or a manipulative thing to do, really. Like, I feel like that's talking to their heart in a way.
Yeah, but that's still a little manipulative. But,
maybe, I don't know. Like...
Not manipulation isn't a good or a bad word. There's no moral connotation attached to the word manipulation, folks. You can use it for good, you can use it for bad, you can use it for neutral stuff, but it's a tactic and a tool that human beings use with one another.
Yeah,
and casual cupcake is correct. Sorry, what was that, Kat?
Oh, I was just going to say that, like, even Sue's trying to get you to do it. Like, come on, we all know the string.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. There's a thing in indigenous communities called a two-spirited. And this directly affects that.
That's what I was going to get into, Sue. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, like, you could just straight up tell them, like, yeah, this will just affect them anyways. Like, there have been multiple programs that have separated Native American families from their children and all that shit. Like, you can point to the 60 Scoop in Canada and all the fucking, like,
residential houses or residential schools or whatever the fuck we called them here.
Yeah.
Boarding schools is what they were called in the States, and residential schools is what they were called in Canada.
Thank you for the clarification.
Not a problem.
I would see that's the overlap. We use boarding schools for like rich people stuff too here. So
yeah, but they are treated better than any indigenous people.
I mean, they got treated like human beings.
What they're trying to do in Texas with the forced removals, I mean, that's pretty much their MO, right?
Yeah.
Like that's what they've been doing the whole time.
Yeah, and if I told you the history of CPS, it gets really weird. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we would call a state-sanctioned black market child sex slave ring.
In Canada, for sure. Like, I mean, America gets a little murky, but it definitely is like worth putting on the table. In Canada, there's no like, it's just what happened. Like, that's 100% just what happened.
And it's still happening. Yeah. I think when you go and you're talking with the elders, make sure that you talk to them to their hearts, and how, like, you know what I mean? Draw that line between what they're trying to do and what the U.S. government has done to indigenous people throughout all this time. And it's an easy line to draw. Do you know what I mean?
Right, yeah.
I mean, frankly, that's what a lot of organizing boils down to. Is just listen to the people's needs in a community and just act accordingly. Like, just make sure that they understand that they're heard. You get what their experience is going through and convey that, and you'll make tons of inroads where you need to be.
Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, you may also have to get behind them and support their, ending of drilling and those things going on.
Right, and I mean,
But I mean, I think you personally, I think I have a good feel that you don't exactly find that something that would be.
No, I hate all that shit.
Yeah, right. So, these are things that you have to look at, right? Like,
right.
But when you do go talk to the elders, please make sure you have tobacco at least.
Okay.
That is a given, what we would call an honorarium, as a way of showing respect to the elders.
So do I just like offer it, or?
Well,
I brought something with me for you.
Huh?
It's as simple as just bringing a gift.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's, if you manage to arrange a meeting with the elders, I brought some tobacco as well.
Cupcake, don't fucking cheap out on cigarettes. We're talking about tobacco here.
Yeah.
Like,
Get some good shit.
I'm not gonna bring a pack of Camels. Right? I mean, that's not what I'm being asked. Like, get real tobacco.
Tobacco.
Right? Like, get
good.
Get the good shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the time to cheap out.
God, Cupcake, I'm not a smoker. I don't know this stuff. Fair enough, Cupcake.
Normally it depends, Cupcake. Some elders will accept cigarettes, some will accept pipe tobacco. Or normal cigarette tobacco that you would like use in like a big tin or whatever, and to roll or whatever.
I mean,
I don't smoke, but I got an old pack of Pall Malls in the drawer. Maybe I should just bring those.
Mr. Sir,
you want to make sure that you have enough to cover each elder that's going to be there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Sir, Cubans are illegal in Cuban cigars are illegal in the U.S. And if you have any, you should send them my way, and I'll surrender them to the authorities for you. I'll be sure to do that.
Yeah, after he smoked a couple.
I'm just saying, a glass of like single malt Scotch and a good Cuban. I'm just saying, look, you don't have to be a Scotch drinker or a cigar smoker to enjoy this experience. This is one of those things that just do before you die. Just, I assure you, it's on your bucket list.
Now I'm curious, because I don't smoke, and I mean, I drink a little bit sometimes, but it's not,
Amherst,
Cuban
I'm a Scotch guy.
Okay, look, if there's any time to indulge, it's with the elders right now, okay? If you can somehow source some fucking Cuban cigars and a little bit of whiskey, I'm sure you'll get them to do what you want.
No whiskey. No whiskey.
No booze.
Yeah. Huge no.
So should I just bring like maybe some things, like if they don't smoke, maybe should I just bring them a couple things, or like, I don't know, because what if I get there and they're like,
even if they don't smoke, the tobacco will be used for your prayers,
Yeah.
For what you're
okay.
Yeah. It is not necessarily. There may be some that might be smokers that might take a portion of it to use for smoking themselves, but majority of it, if not all of it, is used for your prayers, so that they can pray about what you're talking and asking them about what you talk with them about, and moving forward with that, getting good guidance, and then coming back and explaining to you or giving you their decision, and explaining and helping you and so forth, right? This is just a normal pattern. It's actually to go and speak with an elder without bringing tobacco is considered rude.
Okay.
Fister, I swear to God. Fister asked, for real though, what about an 8-ball? Would the elders party?
I think it's just
no, Fister, and shut the fuck up.
Degen, Fister.
I just want to see like the reaction,
just bust out an 8-ball in front of
It's like y'all down.
Hey, Chief, you want a line? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that would be the easiest way to get your ass kicked.
Could you imagine? Like, I go back out to the car, and one of my activist friends is giving me a ride, and I'm like, how'd it go? And I'm like, well, I busted out 8-ball, and they kicked me out.
But in all seriousness, you know, even if you like, tobacco is definitely a necessary. Anything above and beyond that is completely up to you and what you feel in your heart.
Cool.
So yeah, I pretty much accomplished what I fucking set out to do. Like, if I can educate one person in a stream, I'm good. So like, I'm just sort of cruising at this point. Like,
I think you educated a couple of people in the stream tonight.
Like I said, I'm
No, this has been
check.
really great and like helpful. Like a lot, all this support can be, all this support is invaluable to me. Just like not just in the ideas, but like just hearing like, kind of solidifying the direction I'm going and kind of reinforcing the idea inside me that what I'm doing is like the right way to go. So, thank you for that.
Glad we could be of assistance. And yeah, now you're on the Discord server, so if you have any other questions, like, I mean, it's active. There's always people in and around, and so you can most assuredly get in touch. And also for those, I'm gonna fucking, because we did it last night, if you haven't already put your shit in the skills exchange list, whatever the fuck you're good at, I'm yelling at you in particular, whoever you might be. Drop that shit in the skills exchange list, because that's how we as a community know who to turn to when we need help. There's good night, RV. There's quite a few people with quite a few interesting and diverse skill sets in that exchange, and you know, you never know what you might need help with, and who might be able to turn to you for help. So that's a thing. Seller. There's actually rates of production that are appreciable for natural gas. Some scientists actually measured it. There is a rate, an appreciable rate of natural gas and oil restocking that occurs within nature due to composition rates on a global scale. It's not something that can keep up with our demand, but it is actually a thing. It's not like we have ceased the creation of natural gas or petroleum products has ceased. It's still an ongoing biological process that happens within the confines of the Earth. So there's, as I said, there's actually an appreciable number that some scientists studied, that you can see the sort of recharge rate of oil and gas within the surface of the Earth.
It's like literally to get back all the different oil and gas places that they've sucked bone dry for profit would take thousands of years to accomplish, to put all that back up to it.
Yeah, but again, it is an accomplishable task. It's just not, people have this misconception that there's no return on investment, the ROI for energy return on investment. No, it has a bearing actually in certain areas. There's certain depleted oil fields that this actually has a bearing on, which is weird to talk about, but yes. Let's see.
And this is why this is part of the reason, I should say, not why, but part of the reasoning of these oil and gas barons are doing everything they can to suck it up as much as they can, because they do know that it will replenish itself, although it's going to take thousands of years to do.
Yeah, and Viva Animum Trims. Viva's got the point there, Seller. That, what we're talking about was a sort of post-oil scenario in which we offloaded a whole host of the energy demands to other energy production methodologies, and in which case those appreciable rates actually come into play for things like polymer production and that sort of thing. Once you start burning it, which by the way, we still burn stuff, right? Like, all right, fancy technology, satellites, to make the stuff move, we still burn things.
Mm-hmm.
Just, a little context for people before you think we've somehow evolved into this, the super advanced realm. We're still burning stuff to move things. Just saying. But once you start burning stuff to move things, for the most part, those levels actually become hugely appreciable for the other stuff, because you're not likely to be a post-oil society in any of our lifetimes, even your children's lifetimes. It's too valuable of a resource for a whole bunch of downstream commodities and products. But it's the consumption of it, it's the burning of it for stuff that is the biggest problem for us. Using petroleum byproducts as lubricants and things like that is not the problem in the grand scheme of climate change or economic impact. It's the fact that, again, we're burning it. That's the biggest issue. So.
Yeah, DJ, you're right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's just a steam engine. That's all Fusion will be as well. Fusion will just be a steam engine, unless we miniaturize it. In which case, but your great grandkids will fucking be dead by the time that shit happens, if it happens at all. So it's not even worth talking about. But yeah. So that's what we're talking. It just sort of depends what day you catch me on, whether I think we're fucked or not. I've seen this species. This species is essentially like the Dukes of Hazzard at this point. Like, if you're familiar with the old fucking show, The Dukes of Hazzard, the setup is always the same. Oh, what are the Duke boys gonna do this week? Boss Hog is got him cornered for sure, and then they just fucking jump that fucking General Lee over a fucking chasm, over the river, over the fucking sheriff's cars, and they escape. Like, this species is just the Duke boys of the Dukes of Hazzard at this point. Like, every time we think like, oh shit, they're fucked for sure, we pull some shit out of our asses. So we'll see. Maybe we're fucked, maybe we're not, but we're pretty good at being procrastinators. Think about yourselves as individuals. That's us as a species. Like, oh, yeah, I'll get to it. Shit, I have 5 minutes left. And you still get like a B+ on the essay.
Well, there already has been like kind of upping a little bit of the climate stuff. There's been more stuff going on at the UN, which I know doesn't really mean a ton, but like just some of the framing around it, like about it being a climate emergency. Like, I feel like there is going to be possibly going to be some actions. I'm not.
Yeah. Crystaloro, thank you for the follow.
I'm not, I could go either way on this. I mean, we really don't know. I could see us pulling it out, but like, I don't know.
Again, fucking, it may not be all of you or us, right? Like, that's the thing. You're thinking there may be a gate, there may be a bottleneck, and that bottleneck, whether you like it or not, may be some super wealthy bougie motherfuckers. We may not like to envision that. We may not want that to be it. But the fact of the matter is the bottleneck that exists for our species, maybe the ones who make it through are the billionaire class.
Right. Well, Earth might be gone. We'll have planet Musk Bezos, formerly known as Mars.
Yeah,
right?
just because we're fucked.
We'll have a technocratic oligarchy.
There you go.
A slave race. We'll survive.
Just because we're fucked doesn't mean the species is fucked.
Well, I always like whenever I get too doomer pilled, I'm always like, well, you know, we're gonna have like an Amazon planet basically on Mars. We're gonna have you like Amazon, you're gonna have all those cool things on Mars. So,
I always envision. Did you ever see Elysium?
no, I don't know if I did or not.
Okay, that's yeah, that's
You ever
always what I sort of envision. Is you're
You
gonna
ever
have.
play-
You're gonna have
You
like
ever-
a floating space station of like giant floating space station of just amazing technologies and life extension and medical care, the likes of which you can't imagine, and all the rich people will be out there, and then we'll just turn this into a fucking resource wasteland.
Sounds about right. I don't know. I feel
Sir, Mr. Sir, I think I just became a Sternerist. Never.
Well,
I just typed out my opinions. on
Yeah,
that
let's
in
go.
chat.
Let's fucking go. Never freebase Sterner. Sterner is good in moderation.
Very doomer pilling if you're not careful.
Sterner's fucking doomer pilling. Jesus Christ, Sterner's like a route to sociopathy.
I got my news. I used to for a while. I got my news from our collapse because I got sick of the fucking
Oh Jesus.
like fake narratives, and it wasn't good. It wasn't a good phase. I got out of it, but like, you know, you go one direction, and you fucking start getting sick of those people, and you go totally the other direction. You go like, all right, and then you're like, this isn't okay either.
r/collapse. Crazy place, dude.
It is.
Like
This is one of the core issues that you like. Literally, we have to like literally get rid of. Okay, in the sense of the factor of this ideology or belief that we are somehow the supreme beings on this planet, and that everything on this planet is meant to serve us.
Yeah,
I mean that would be the healthy route to go, but there's also another route. I mean that's the sad fact of the matter is we could go the other route just as reasonably and end up you know,
fucked.
Well, not fucked, not as a species. No, we're technologically capable. The first fucking asteroid that we successfully mine, shit changes forever. Shit changes forever. The economic and industrial ramifications of asteroid mining on this species is near inconceivable for people. We're talking trillions of dollars of resource value here. The first person to successfully mine an asteroid, which by the way will probably be Musk, is going to redefine the future of the species. Yeah. It's imagine not having to mine like open pit mine copper or cobalt on Earth, right? Having seemingly limitless resources sitting out there in the Kuiper Belt. First crew to pull this off, shit changes forever. And so we don't have to change our ways necessarily. We could very well become a spacefaring society that consumes without regard, without spirituality, without any concern for where the next thing comes from. It's feasible.
And that's extremely sickening.
Well, you know, I don't want to cut you off. Go ahead.
I was just going to say to Amorous, yeah, basically The Expanse.
Oh no, Lost Sue is saying something.
Oh no, I was just saying that's just, to me, that's just sickening.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, and you're right for two. So probably a lot out there in series and the like. You're right.
I got into kind of a, wasn't really an argument, but it was kind of one of those things where it was just like I kind of just bit the bullet and left because I didn't want to have the like. I didn't really want to unload on somebody, and I was like, I'm not getting anywhere in this conversation anyways, but they were like, they were going through some nuclear energy stuff, and I was just kind of appalled by their attitude because I was asking them, like, so do you think we can actually, like, stop, like, this whole fucking global catastrophe we're in without changing any of our ways? And the answer was, like, no. I don't even know what to say to that. I feel like there's that whole colonial attitude there of just being, wanting to use the world as like ours. I mean, we've killed, like, I think it's since the 70s or 80s, we've killed like 70% of the species on Earth or something. Like,
no, we're pushed it up into the 80s now. Yeah.
I mean, we're like, one of the most important things I learned in biology is you kill one thing in a food web, it fucks up the whole food web. What happens when we take out 80% of it? Like, this, it's not anything that's nice. And
it's an evolutionary bottleneck.
They were like, we're just gonna build all these nuclear plants and keep doing what we're doing. Like, it seems insane to me. And also, like, just the fucking ethics of, like, who are you to fucking fill the world with these ticking time bombs that, like, yeah, I mean, maybe nuclear can be theoretically safe, but that's not how it's going to be enacted. You're going to have these, you're going to have these places around the world where you're going to have these nuclear plants in unstable locations, like, think Fukushima. And it's just a nightmare. Like, who are you to fill the world with nuclear plants so you can keep, like, extracting from the planet?
It gets crazier than that, because in reality, the only people at the present moment in time that seem to have either the money or the ability to run nuclear plants is the same rich 1% corporations that use substandard material for all of it.
You'd be surprised. We've yet to have a nuclear incident on one of our carriers or our subs. And we've got decades-long track record with them. If we want to do it, we can do it.
Yeah, it's just like a matter of, like, effective, like...
Yeah, we've got the technology down pat. Like, there's, as far as the technology aspect goes, problem solved. It's just a matter of willpower, which hate to bring this one back all the way to the beginning of this shit show that was the beginning of the show. But I hate to be the bearer of bad news, folks. It's as simple as changing your mind, which is incredibly difficult to do sometimes.
You're a smart trick, and I love you for it. You know that, right?
I am. Love you too, Kat. Love you too. Hey, it is. Whether you want to admit it or not, it's all as simple as changing your mind at the end of the day, which is incredibly difficult to do. So, yeah. Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking, I have no idea. No idea, premarital. I think we're gonna probably call it there.
Capone right now.
Yeah, why not? I feel that. It's been a while since I've seen him. And I have some shit in my whispers. Jesus Christ. There we go. So we're gonna raid over to good GTA Capone. No, he's not playing a video game. He is actually a truck driver, a lorry driver, in the UK, who streams live from his truck, which is all sorts of cool as an American. And let's see. We'll see how... Dude, I'm telling you, it fucking never ceases to amaze me, the difference in the numbers. Yes, I'm rage shaming you people.
You motherfuckers.
Yeah, I'm literally rage shaming you people.
You fucks.
Hey, public.
Raid, and there's 52 people here.
And 35 are gonna raid out. See, this is bad praxis. This is bad praxis.
Watch one of these motherfuckers leave while we're still raiding.
Yeah. Either way, Neko, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for giving an opportunity to educate. Anita, even though you're not here anymore, thanks for fucking stopping by as well. Thanks to all of the people who are hanging out on the stream at one point or another. And thanks to Kat and Sue, hung out for most of it. Sue wasn't here for the entirety of it. But nonetheless, thanks to Sue and Kat And I hope you guys are as well as you can be. Till next time.
See you, everyone.
I fucking had that.